Nice. A little there were thunderstorms in Flagstaff, so it was a little humid and like no breeze, which kind of sucked. Brian was like, she was pretty whiny. She was really, really nice, but it was like her dress was just super thick layers, and it was just humid, and I was like kind of sweating too, and like,
Yeah.
and just kind of sucked.
Got pretty bad, huh?
Huh?
Got pretty bad, huh? Mike, do you ring?
Yes.
I'll never get a breakfast burrito from Del Taco again.
From where?
Del Taco.
What's wrong with you?
It's pretty bad.
Go to Chick-fil-A, man. Get some real breakfast.
And I parked right next to you.
Oh, that's what it's about.
Alright.
You parked right next to you.
She was pretty whiny.
Nasty.
She was really, really nice, but it was like her dress. Where's Brian? Is he? Why is he like on YouTube and not here? And I was like kind of sweating too, like, and
Got pretty bad, huh?
I'm just there's chat already going.
Got pretty bad. Is it fine to like that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll never get a breakfast burrito from Del Taco.
From where?
Del Taco.
What's wrong with you?
Pretty bad.
Go to Chick-fil-A, man. Get some real breakfast.
Oh, that's what it's about. You parked right next to you.
She was really, really nice, but it was like her dress. Where's Brian? Is he? Why is he like on YouTube and not here? And I was like kind of like,
Got pretty bad, huh?
I'm just there's chat already going.
Is it fine to like that?
Yes.
From where?
Del Taco.
What's wrong with you? Go to Chick-fil-A, man. Get some real breakfast. She was really, really nice. It was like her dress. Where's Brian? Why is he like on YouTube and not here? And I was like kind of I'm just there's chat already going. From where? Go to Chick-fil-A, man. Get some real breakfast. She was really, really nice. Where's Brian? Why is he like on YouTube and not here? And I was like I'm just there's chat already going. Chick-fil-A, man. Some real breakfast. Chick-fil-A, man. Some real breakfast.
before dust devil formation, so we can see if, you know. Meteorologists found in particularly before dust devils to enhance so we can storm intensity and allow. Meteorologists found in particularly before dust devils to enhance so we can storm intensity and allow.
I cannot take anywhere near as good as pictures as all you guys can. I mean, it's incredible, the time-lapse stuff. So I'm kind of going to talk about how we handle the weather at 12 News. How do we go out chasing? How do we do it in the studio? And if you have any questions, just stop me as I go through. I know I'm kind of fast. So here's some of the stuff we get. Of course, it's all the same stuff that you kind of see, but my He's going to talk about how join the waters of the weather. No, I'm doing fine. I'm not going to tell you. Here's some of the stuff we get. Of course, it's all the same stuff that you kind of see, but my also, we go out and we try to do the damage with Monsoon Con. Also, he's going to say how join the waters of the weather. No, I'm doing fine. I'm not going to tell you. Some of the stuff we get. So we'll go out and look at this is at night. There's a shooting. I'm not going to tell you some of the stuff we get. So we'll go out and look at this is at night. There's a shooting. I'm not going to tell you some of the stuff we get. So we'll go out and look at this. This is at night. I'm not going to tell you some of the stuff we get. So we'll go out and look at this. This is at night. inside is extremely small, and believe it or not, our cameras have gotten a lot less expensive. I'm sure a lot of the cameras that you guys use for your stills, way more expensive than the camera sitting inside that little box. They've gotten a lot smaller as well. I forgot my camera today. I was kind of confusing. So then that's in studio. So we do all that in studio. Generally, Caribe stays in studio, and I'm relegated to the outside standing in the rain because, you know, it's not raining until we tell you it's raining. At least I personally think. Maybe not. But anyway, here's our live truck. You've probably seen them driving around a lot. We kind of take them out in, yes, what's that back there? A big thunderstorm. It's very smart. And, yeah, as he laughs, like, I want to get you started. Like, so this is what happens. So we go out, and this is why we can't go out a whole lot during the thunderstorms. We try to get in front of them. So you guys try to get, you know, your best shots. We kind of have to go where we think the storm's not going to go. I know that sounds really strange. But we always want it moving completely away from us so we can sit there for 4, 5, and 6 and just kind of stay there. That's if we're in a live truck. But we also do this. So you guys got your fancy laptop, I'm sure, holders and all this fun stuff. We get a cameraman with a laptop on his lap with a camera strapped to the top of the car. High tech. You know, it gets the picture. But what we do is, since we don't have this little signal to beam back to the station, we use what are called TVU packs or live backpacks, and it's a bunch of rows of cellular phones, and it sends the signal back to the station through the wireless system or the cellular system. So it's kind of a nice thing. Now the only problem with it is, I'm sure you've watched, especially if you're watching this morning, it doesn't work that well. Because if you lose connection, that's when it gets all jittery and you completely lose sound. It happens all the time, especially during the rain. If we drive by someone that's using a lot of data, it can slow it down a little bit. So it's very, very touch and go. One thing that you'll also notice with it is, let's say Mark Kurz goes, hey, let's go out to Matt Pace who's in the rain. And I'm standing there. Hey Mark, there's this huge delay. That's because this is generally a 2 to 5 second delay based on how strong the signal is. So it's not the reporter not doing anything. We're still hearing Mark in our ear because it's a super long delay. It can be up to 10 seconds once. When we covered Darnell, it was a 15-second delay. So there was absolutely no talking back and forth. So they toss out, and they would have to cue the reporter in the field 15 seconds ahead of when Mark actually stopped talking in his ear, so he can stop or start talking. So it looks seamless. But with the 2 to 5 second delay, they don't care about it. It just looks weird for 2 to 5 seconds. So it's kind of a fun thing. Now here's inside one of the live trucks. If you ever see one stopped on the side of the road, just pull over. Photogs are pretty cool. They'll let you look around if you're kind of into the tech side of things. But we have 2 computers in there. We've got monitors so we can watch television. We do all of our editing in the field. So if you see a reporter just sitting on the side of the road, they're probably editing inside that given truck. And then we send the whole thing back to the station. So I don't know what you guys use for all your editing. We use Edius for all of our video stuff with our, I think they're really cool keyboards. They're editing keyboards. Keep in mind, I don't do much in news, so I get excited with the small things. So we also go to fires. So here's Aurelia, she's no longer with us, at a fire. You know, but it's kind of a fun job. I mean, they pay you to do weather in a way, which is kind of a good thing. So you get to sit on top of South Mountain with the weather station, just kind of sit there all day giving reports. We go to a lot of fires with our SAT truck. Extremely expensive to run that SAT truck. So if you know that we're going to take our SAT truck somewhere, you know it's probably a huge story because we have to rent satellite space from NBC. And a lot of times that can be upwards for one hit, $1,000 or so, $2,000, just for one hit, keep in mind. So anytime you see us at a fire and you think, man, they are covering way too much on this fire, it's actually costing us a fortune to do that. So it's a huge kind of cost for us. We also, I think the video ran, as you know, we storm chase, and if you want to pick up women, this is the car to do it. I mean, how could you not? I mean, you drive into any parking lot, I mean, they're swarming over this thing. Actually, they go, are you getting the Google Earth car? Or are you delivering bread? Because there's a little thing up here, and it's not marked at all. Any idea why sometimes we don't mark it? Any idea? Yes, because we don't necessarily want to draw a lot of attention to ourselves. Especially when we're down towards the south. The land is a little different down there, and they don't let you stop. They will not let you stop, especially if you're media. I mean, I'm sure a lot of your storm chasers get thrown off the land. It's tribal land. And what they normally will do is wait for you to completely set up, at least for us in the media. And then they'll come pull it behind you. What are you doing here? I'm just going to do a quick weather here, I promise. We'll be out right away. No, you're not. And you have to pack up and leave. So if we're in this, we can drive on and kind of use their roads quickly and then drive back off. So we don't really want to draw attention to ourselves. However, what I'll show you, maybe I'll show you. Calm down. Oh, I broke my keyboard in the rain, so I had to attach one. Let me go over here. Is there sound on this by chance? Should I ask before? So here is how we use that particular TPU card, because that TPU card is how we do all of our storm chasing. You guys stream live all the time, which is actually a lot higher quality a lot of the times than what we can get out of our TPU card, because what we basically use is two GoPros, one in the front of the car and one pointing out the windshield of the car. And then we literally just drive around. This year we're going to stream it on not EasySend, I can't say that anymore, 12news.com. 24 hours, basically a day that car is out, we are going to be streaming anytime there's a storm. So here's how it's used. We put together a quick little, it's really loud. You can, I could also just talk to you. Oh, maybe not. I hear it very quietly. No. Is there? I could. Oh, there we go. All right, we'll start it over. Can you hear? Yeah. That's as loud as it goes. Okay, so I'll kind of walk you through what's going on. So there's the front of the shot that he was looking at. So that's kind of how we stream outside. But what happens is a lot of the times, if you have a GoPro, you know, it doesn't necessarily pick up the light the best. So we'll be driving through like this blinding rain or dust. And since we're using a GoPro, it doesn't really necessarily look that good. Like you're just driving through fairly heavy rain, and it doesn't look too bad because we can't really iris anything down. There's what it looks like on the top. That's that little cellular thing that can send the signal back out to the station. And the photogs love it because you can see they just have to sit there looking directly ahead at 2 and 10. They're not allowed to look anywhere else is the key. And you can see in the background, we've got two monitors back there. We're actually going to connect it up so we can sit there and switch between radar too. So we'll be able to show the viewers, we'll be able to click a button and bring up our radar screen. So you can see exactly where we are and kind of give you a better idea of how things are working. But we use it a lot just driving around. That's what it looks like most of the time. Because you know with media what happens is there's a 10% chance of rain. Get out there, chase the rain. Well, what does that normally go to? This right here. So we'll be standing there. We drove around the entire belt and it was sprinkling the entire time. But we didn't really see any damage. So back to you, Mark. It's generally how I kind of think. I'm not gonna lie. I'll be dead honest. If you haven't figured out yet, I'm sure I'll honest. If you have any questions, let me know. But it is fun. I have to give you that. Alright. So, back to this. So now this is inside the SAT truck. For those of you that are kind of techie, they don't let me touch anything in here because they have to tune in directly to the satellite. So it's kind of a fun little thing that they do. There's an entire operator that all he knows how to do is this particular truck. He's paid only to operate that SAT truck. We have 2 of them at the station, but a lot of the time, this is what we do. We kind of sit there and kind of wait for the weather to come to us. So we have a big truck, or we have a big seat, and I generally just drag it out and just kind of watch the storms go by. But a lot of the times, these are the views, again, that we get to kind of look at. This is up at South Mountain, looking out over downtown. We were just kind of outside, enjoying the weather. Now, that's kind of the mobile side. Now the digital side. Because we're all kind of 3 platforms now. We want to be on social, we want to be on digital, and we also want to be online. Those are kind of the 3 things that we want to do. Social, online, and also on TV. So tweet. We have to tweet constantly. That's the whole goal, is Twitter, Facebook, as much as you can. So if you ever tweet me, I'll probably respond. It's always good to respond to almost everyone that tweets you. So if you got any pictures, send them my way. But we are changing something this year. If you send us pictures before and you don't say we can use them on air, we can't use them. So that's one of the big things. So if you send us pictures, make sure that you say, oh, you can use this picture on air. Because there's a lot of legal stuff that goes into it that we can't use pictures. Or if you just hashtag it Beyond12, then we can use it because we assume that you're sending it our way. So here's some of the things you do as a weather guy. Basically, the dumber you can look, the better. So you interview a monkey. Here's a Ghostbuster. That was kind of fun. Inside of a hot air balloon, we did a weather report. A lot of people came out. Whenever there's a camera, you know that people are going to flock out. However, as soon as you go, hey, how was your day? That's what you hear. Because no one ever wants to talk. They want to be seen, but they never want to talk for some reason. So next time, if we're out there, we give you the mic, just go for it. Just keep talking. Somebody tries to lick you during a live shot, that's kind of gross. You meet a lot of cool little animals. I forget what he was. Does anyone know what he is? A what? A tapir? Oh, tapir. That's kind of cool. And of course, again, we're going to tell you that yes, it was raining in a particular spot. And you meet some more crazy people. So, now the fun. So this is kind of the non-glamorous side of news, but I like to do it because it kind of shows you that it's just like every other job out there. We get a lot of protesters outside those windows. So these were some guys that stood out there with signs. This was, I think, on a Saturday around 4 o'clock. They had their days mixed up, I think. We didn't actually have a newscast until 10 o'clock that day. So they had to stay out there quite a long time. Now, here's also the kind of fun you get. You don't have to read through that whole thing. But we get a lot of crazy emails from a lot of crazy people. Maybe some of you have sent these. Anyway, they call me Dr. Matt on air, if you've noticed. That's our news director decision because I have a PhD in meteorology and climatology. So they just like the Dr. Matt thing to kind of bring it out. Now, when I first started, the emails never stopped. It was always emails like this saying, you know, take the doctor title out of it and everything. And then I just kind of forward those to our news director because our news director has total say in basically everything that is said on air. So she wanted it, so it wasn't going to stop. We also get things like this. I took someone's name out of it. Yes. Like, and here's my thing. Send a picture of yourself. Also, here's some more kind of humorous. This is my favorite one, I have to say. What is she wearing? Half a dress? Like, really? And of course, they comment constantly. So probably for about every one positive comment we get maybe 10, 20, 30 comments exactly like this. I mean, you go on Facebook page of any media outlet, they're all negative comments about someone complaining about something. So it's very, very interesting what goes on. But it's a lot easier to sit behind your keyboard and type it out. Because when you're around, when no one recognizes you, because I didn't say that. But anyway, you'll never hear a negative comment. Never hear a negative comment whatsoever. People always go, oh, I love Channel 12, oh, la-di-da-di-da. But anyway. So it's kind of the negative side of news, but you have to kind of expect it. You put yourself out there, so you kind of have to deal with it. So if anyone wants to go into media, just make sure that you have fairly tough skin and just kind of push it back. But our news director responds to every single one of those emails. She'll respond to every single one that comes in. So another big thing that we can announce this year that's kind of fun, in a way, you know that Arizona Republic, easycentral.com, 12news.com, we have now split. So 12news.com is totally separate now from Easy Central. So if you've been sending stuff to Easy Central, you still can, by all means. Just know that we're not going to use it on 12 News. So you can send it to both of us. That's perfectly fine. But just remember, 12news.com now, we finally launched our brand new section. Weather section here, we've got a really cool section called Talking Weather. And it's kind of blogs that we write. So they're more kind of in-depth than what you're going to see on air. Just any topics that we think of. Just go more in depth explaining what's going on in Arizona, around the world. So definitely go check that out. We explain things like this. Of course, you remember this dust storm, I think it was in 2012, came through the East Valley. And we just kind of graphically show it by having some fun, stacking up the big building, about 176 stories or so. So you can have a little more fun with it, so to speak. Now again, as I mentioned, I'll just show you these as I kind of talk about it. They're really clear pictures, aren't they? And they're just stellar.
Solid.
From what Mike showed you.
Good job.
There you go. I mean, that is crisp. So you could probably print that out by a 2x2. I bet it'd show up really nice. Maybe 3x3. I don't know. But anyway, again, if you want to use pictures, be on hashtag #BeOn12 or put them directly on our Facebook page, and then we can use them on air. We always give you credit for it, and unfortunately, we don't generally pay for pictures. So a lot of people want us to pay for pictures. Unless it's super, super good and you want to license it, we generally don't pay for pictures. I don't know if the other stations do, but we generally don't. But now, that's the TV side. Now I've got just 3 slides kind of showing the monsoon ahead and just some kind of fun things that at least I find kind of fun. So this was last year at this exact same time of MonCon. We had a huge drought over all of Pinal County practically. Now this time, only it is a moderate drought. So a huge improvement, so to speak, on our drought, which is kind of good because I remember we stood up here last time and we were saying, man, it's been so dry down there, we're going to get some huge dust storms. Well, we probably will still get some dust storms, but at least we're not in that huge drought, so there's not all that dry ground sitting down there. Also, this is kind of interesting. This was last year during MonCon, and we were talking about, the tropics are going to be really, really active. Hurricane Christina was going on. It was a Category 4 hurricane at this exact time. It was moving up to the north. Well, what do we have today? Oh, now we have Hurricane Carlos sitting almost in the exact same position, slowly moving up the coast. So my hope is that stays really active and sends us more and more moisture moving up. That's the hope anyway.
Yes.
Will it happen?
Let's do it.
You have to admit.
It will happen.
Yes.
Who knows? Right? We can't forecast out 12 hours. I mean, hey, it's going to be sunny. Oh, darn, there's rain. I censored myself there. Did you catch that? Anyway, any question? Sorry if that was short. But yeah.
Since you have a PhD, what do you feel is, with the El Nino so current on, will that cause a bigger influence in our summer thunderstorm activity, or is it going to be more that non-type?
Yeah, that's always a good question. El Nino, of course, is a wintertime sort of event. And the National Weather Service put together a really cool thing looking at strong, moderate, and weak El Ninos. And there's almost no correlation whatsoever. And Shar, you can jump in. I think if it was a low-intensity El Nino, there was a slight increase. Yeah, so a slight increase. But if this is a strong El Nino, I think there was a slight indication that it's slightly drier. But you know what the problem is. Phoenix is right here. Gets nothing. 3 inches over here. So it's like you always have to kind of look at where the storm's going to occur. I'm still hoping for an active monsoon. I mean, last monsoon I thought was fairly decent, but fingers crossed.
What fires up in Mexico, their monsoon, because I never see us kind of using what's happening across the border to say, okay, it's like, there's slums in South here, it seems like we just stop at that border and weather doesn't stop.
And a lot of the problem with that is there's not a whole lot of data coming out of Mexico. They used to launch weather balloons down there. I don't think they do anymore. Have they started again?
No, not yet. If
Yeah.
they do, it's usually funding based, it's not always reliable.
Yeah, so they haven't really gotten a lot of data out of here, which is why we stopped. However, if you're at home and you're looking at night and you see a huge thunderstorm form down here, even down here, watch it progress just slowly up and you get one of those huge surges up from the south. So if you see that huge storm and you kind of notice that it's pushing in this general direction, if you wake up, it's generally going to be extremely humid. So at least, we might not mention it on the air or anything, but they might mention it in a discussion. We're definitely watching that because that is something that could easily send moisture directly up in towards Arizona. Yeah, so I'm at least always looking down there at night. Sweet. You guys are decent. No heart? Thank you. I think Christian has good news for us. Thank you, Matt. Thank you,
I
Matt.
messaged you on Facebook about
All right,
chase
lunchtime.
equipment and
We'll all
vehicles,
regroup back here at 1:20.
and thanks for getting back to me. You were the only one that got back to me out of
Meteorologist Jeff
everybody.
Beamish.
But
I
you're
always
busy.
get back
so
to everybody I try at a time.
I could
If you get tired of those snacks over there, there's a couple of places nearby.
Maybe come by and pick your brain a little bit if you
hour or
don't mind
so
later
to
on.
kill.
So thanks, I appreciate it. And thanks for being the only one that got back to me, dude.
Fire it up again at
Well, I know
120.
busy
yay
life.
for me.
I have 2 kids too, so you know. But,
So hard.
I've already talked to a few others. Home run yards. So cool. I have a budget about $5 grand to spend on equipment, and I won't even come near to that. But I heard this is what you use.
That's cheap.
That's awesome. Because you get such a great quality picture streaming. So
Yeah,
that's what we look
for
at.
streaming. That's pretty decent.
Awesome. Well, thanks. Man. I'll catch you later. I
Yeah,
have to
dude.
run.
Totally.
I'm Tori Shea, and her mom. Thanks, Chrissy. You know, she showed you that Monsoon time lapse that we put together. It was amazing. It was amazing. No, I'm a hairdresser. I showed it to probably 24 clients. Probably 24 of my clients, and they were just like chills, just the way the music went to it, everything. It was just, it was amazing. It was amazing. It was really, really well done. Very well done.
Thank you.
It's good to meet you.
Do you do wedding hairs? Wedding
I
stuff?
have, yeah.
I shoot a lot of weddings.
It's, yeah, I know. It's not my favorite. Brides, sometimes. You know.
Kind of tough. It's tough to deal with.
Yeah. And plus, it's just usually a one-time shot when it's like that, you know. So easy, busy. Yeah. So it was nice to meet you.
That's me. Sean. Oh, that shelf fight right now in September, probably.
Yeah, it was,
Yeah, September 27th.
I want to show you something. Now, lighting.
Nice, dude. Good job.
And I want to show you I am. This is on my other Facebook. This year, I was thinking when I get a bunch of money, I'm going to save it. So I have to use my mom's card. I was thinking we should chase down Tucson.
You can, man. I have a hard time. I don't usually take too many people with me, so I usually have my kids and stuff. It's just What's up, man?
Hey, I want to introduce myself.
Yeah.
John Driscoll. We've had a couple
Yeah.
Facebook interactions.
Don.
I want to put a face with a name.
It's always hard.
Yeah, exactly. Some of your shots what got me started in photography.
Awesome.
So,
Well, you know what? I was just out in the plains and I ran into this chaser named Shane Kirk, and he's the guy that probably like 2007, 2008, I was looking at his lightning shots, and he got me like dang, like I want to learn how to do that, and so every time I see him, I always like thank him, like dude, you inspired me to do this, like
yeah, I think it was that 2011
yeah,
Haboob.
yeah, of course.
Good to finally meet you.
Yeah, you too. Thanks. You leaving? At this place called Lines right there. I don't know. I guess I need to eat. There was some guy here from Channel 12. Good, fun.
Nice. Very nice talking.
I didn't have questions, so I felt like it sucked or something. But
No, and it was, yeah, and it was like quiet afterwards, but I think people were like, so
that's good.
wanted you to keep going.
Really? It's night.
That was so great.
Well, I'm glad. Some of the people here watched it somewhat like the same thing. We're talking about it, and I'll be here, so. I heard about it this AMS thing in like October, November, so some people saw it already. But getting added all those photos at the beginning, I was like, I'm gonna figure out a way to brag about the good photos before I just show a bunch of crappy ones from this night.
No.
It was so hard to shoot in like complete darkness.
It's good capturing what it's really like.
Yeah, I'm not even lying about it. I mean, I was like, even though like you kind of experience it when you're in the weather, when you're just being out there in the middle of the night, so in the dark, and like the shelf cloud coming over you, and the winds are like 60 miles an hour or something, just freaking. A little intimidating. I was in. I was like, that's why Will's kind of all the efforts I was saying on live stream. I was just freaking out. Not something that I would expect to see, like crossing Arizona. You gotta go, dude. I invited you to the plains, man. You should have those 2 days in April. I've known this guy for like since college or something, so we're like really good friends. He went with me on one of the days with Brian. So we went on back in 2010, it was the day before all the tornadoes in northern Arizona happened. We went out like the day before around Phoenix and got like some hail and some stuff.
You guys going to eat lunch?
Where are you going?
You know, all of us missing
Some place next door?
all of a sudden.
Oh, is it? Yeah, sure. Isn't it a Saturday? Oh.
One time a year, they call it downtown Chandler.
Okay. Are you driving or are you walking? Alright, I'll go. You guys want to go eat?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. I was showing Christian.
Mike, do you do a lot of stuff local, place-wise?
No. What?
I was gonna ask. Is there a lot of local places around here where it's good to go out to
You mean like dust storms?
Yeah.
I mean anywhere.
Because I'm going like Bear Creek or
I don't know where that is.
it's a golf course right kitty corner from me from Riggs.
Yeah, I mean, considering, you know, Oklahoma. No, I mean, Oklahoma, Kansas, Texas are all three worst states. Because the report just anything that's radar indicated tornado warning, unless it's confirmed, you gotta go back and check it. Gotcha.
Yeah, what about last year?
No warning, that's awesome.
I'm barely Yeah. Well, it's cool. You got Monsoon special on TV there. I still get to watch it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like watching. I like it on TV. It was fun. It was fun shooting it. There was a lot of retakes because I just started really
They do like little things with reaction.
Oh man. Yeah, I haven't even. Oh, dude. That is fun. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, definitely really cool this year. Big time.
Eventually, they're in a bigger place. I thought they were building some kind of big.
They said that place was going to be.
Yeah. Probably just trying to get funding and stuff like that.
You know what? I think they lost contracting issues because this is all city donations at the center, community building.
Sure, great for ASU to do something too.
Oh my goodness!
They give out money a lot for stupid reasons.
If that facility, it should be good next year. Yeah, it's definitely gonna because it's gonna be a little big gladiator type arena.
I mean, the word's getting out, that's all.
Yeah. I hope the sound on this thing. I don't think there's because they got a new projector. I don't think
One day,
Well, and since my shop's at Basic Gateway, it's like I was telling everybody's got their favorite place to go shop, like, you know, some like a place to eat. We got, you know, and boy, this last time, like, when I was at the shop in Mesa, and we were talking like so like and stuff like that.
There's the candy. Everybody go to that fat one.
It's got closed down. Pale, but elders rock cheesy. There's a couple of other places still on Arizona. If you go with Saber, it's like and then it shows it gets a good shot of Arizona. Yeah. What time are they ending up there?
Yeah, there's always that. I had my shop where, doing something, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, I gotta get out there. Get in the shop. Yeah. And then now I got this little 22 that makes sense. So my idea here is I'm gonna shoot this.
120. 120, yep.
Probably gonna fly away.
Where's nearest food around here?
I don't know this area too well.
No, you're no help.
For this question,
Right there. Right before the highway. It's $1. You can get a burger and a soda.
Rob,
Very long, we don't get lost again. See what I put up with when I bring her with me? You should see us like all day, every day. Yeah.
Get your stuff. Snap, snap, son.
It was like me.
McDonald's does not sound good.
I had to go to Burger King this morning. Or my McDonald's. I had to eat the worst French toast sticks ever. They were disgusting. I didn't even eat two. Hurry.
Well, we credit you on that with the banner.
This is my. I went to Texas.
You make me sound like I mean that I just don't know about.
Function on the other side of that. Guys, I found a tail. I did not realize that. That's what I was hoping for. Like even like this one. This one's great too. On the road. come out to my shop out there and make it gateway because we got a lot of it, you know.
I'll go and get it. You can sit here. I'm like, if you want to go, don't wreck my car. Hey, I'll take a burger and a Coke.
Did you see my car? Is there a scratch on it? We'll see. Is there a dog here?
You can go get, I'll take a burger and a Coke.
Oh, sure.
Here, let me give you money, seriously. Well, if you're going.
Oh, you didn't want anything.
Oh, if you're going.
Burger and a Coke?
Yeah. Hamburger. Actually, I'll take fries too. I'll take a meal. Thanks, Ash. I'll take a happy meal. I want the toy though. Whoa. These are advertising. And so like some days
I was wondering where you guys were gonna park. Cause like
some days we get all like she gets like her like I think what it is too is because we're BFFs but on top of it that's what it is though. Like I'm sorry. I'm just trying to tell you that. So far, I haven't seen it often. Even when
Wow. Yeah, she showed up.
that's what I was sitting there, I'm like, did he?
Okay, anybody that I could, tour guide that I could point to?
oh, you mean to take me over to the tech shop? I'm just gonna leave it at one. It's just that the tech shop's about a block away. And they're open. So I just let somebody over there just now. Okay. And he's kind of interested, like battery brake parts. Yeah. So it's just they've got more 3D printers than we have. They've got more. They have injection molding machines. Someone started a business in citizen science, like nursing. Started a tech shop. So have you been there?
I actually have not.
Oh, okay. So
This is all new.
this process is called Chicago Street. It's in sort of the middle of the street. So and then out the street, block back, and then on the right, you can see there's a big sign.
And I'm like,
Because you can't go any farther, right next to the train track. Okay. Now, me, I know the shortcut. Just go here, go straight there, take corner over.
Yeah.
They have like monthly rates. ASU students, it's free. You have some kind of association with ASU students, that is, there's a discount. The city has a discount, but I kind of tell them. So it's membership based, but every Friday morning they have something called Inventors Club. You go to that for free. It's a couple hours. They do a round table, whatever it is we want, what their projects are, and usually try to pick a topic. I help with patents, help with copyrights.
Wow, wow, wow.
Keep that in mind because one of my buddies with this project, Trey, he's ASU, meteorologist.
Yeah, he's got his membership. He just needs to go fill out his paper.
And we plan on fabricating, building weather data pro.
So far, I haven't remember, just asking to put
Wow.
but I just, people want something else.
Yeah.
They all drive away, they have great tech shop, they just work 24 hours a week. So,
24 hours, always open.
garbage on Friday. I wasn't here on Friday, so I'm going to take this stuff out so that you.
I will help.
You don't need to. More than half of this is filled up by us.
Again?
You know, before you get. When you go to the.
Can I see if those Cokes cold in here yet?
If they are, we'll give you that or water.
You want water or Coke or Pepsi?
Whatever's coldest. Hey Jeff. Mike is down.
Hey, Jeff, nice to meet you.
White walls and sound system and LED lights and everything. That's my bread and butter right there. That's what I do.
Promise you had to be here. Yeah, dude. Good. You? Yeah,
He actually, you got racing on TV and it's like, oh man, like straight up, so he'll send me stuff to Mike, just stuff he gets, different colors and stuff.
have a good day. You as well. Fair down. That's right. Yeah, you're both
He's the one who
Yeah, no, I was getting
because he said, Monsoon today when he was here, and I said, yeah, because I didn't know if Michael was watching me, and he goes, I just seen him.
So I've got all the secrets in the end. See, I didn't even look for him until someone said it. And I went, so I started looking, but I listened. So I take that out there. Just like attention. Just like.
Now that I'm more aware of it.
Oh yeah, now that you said that, I was sitting there in the front watching that and I'm thinking, I'm like, he's sitting right behind me and he's
I've got my golf clubs in my car.
I have my ninja shoes on, ninja kick.
Not to hold them down, not too quick.
I know, right? What did you do?
He fractured two vertebrae and part of his tree, and he couldn't get up there and turn his back on the ladder, so I've never seen this in my car. I've never heard of it, but the bottom right ladder was snapped off the road. I was about 12 to 15 feet. I was just chopping down a shed, so I threw the machete in the
It is a wild theory. It was
and
quote unquote hard.
I cracked that bone in my foot. But
Yeah, we have
flat shot today for
You're gonna make all the moments. You can do it.
well, I already turned down, they wanted to immobilize it, put it in the rock, and I already turned that down. So,
Because I'm blocked. And he, or I blocked him.
so that's the best part is I'm sitting over in Northwest, we're trying to get back to the places, and I have so I have access to that.
No, I blocked him. I'm like, I can't. And then,
Hurricanes or something else. I did 16 hours in Hurricane Wilma, and my house did get shredded, and neighbor's house got shredded. And then the only way I could get around was I had two little golf carts in my garage, and those came out. We didn't even, my shop was about 3 miles away. It took me 6 days to get there on a golf cart because all of those
let's put it that way. He kept stirring it down. You know? And I was deciding whether to leave because I knew about it, and then I found out the law about it, which I know. I thought, oh no, and then I found out everything. And then and I was like, of all of you,
Yeah, I know Nick well enough to
well, that's why I'm saying is worthy. I mean, not worthy, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Trustworthy enough to. Well, I knew when he was taking over part of the tours, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not legit 50-50. It's a negative 65 to 65, 35. So it's
New York just gets beat up by like Godzilla hurricanes, and then all of a sudden it's like literally like did that actually happen?
And here Nick was trying to get me to do. He's like, why don't you come take the tour sometime? And I'm like, I don't want to send in the van with a bunch of spring roll because of the. And I'm like, I want to ride in the Dominator. I want to go straight on. I'm like, go big or go home.
his tours have been okay so far. He's had what, 31 days and 42
Oh, I thought he was doing great.
31 days and 42 I mean, that it's like, I know this has been a great year as far as time-wise, and it's been close to where it's like, but still, it's like you're averaging over 20 a day for like it's like, so that was kind of a big plus factor. It makes you so so Reed sees so much just like in Nick's fixing the cars himself and doing everything, cleaning up things, and it's just like, and he's going out and getting all the connections for all this stuff to just do everything. It's like Reed's like, this guy really wants to do this.
Okay, good.
And so because
Now that I know that, I feel better for Reed.
Oh yeah, and because of that, with him knowing how much he wants to do, it's like, and how transparent Nick's making it for Reed, easy for Reed to.
Oh yeah, that thing was coming all the way down.
Well, it was funny because, like, I was starting to get to know Sean Silver, and so we were on Messenger once in a while, and if I would, like, some of the weather stuff, like, I would show Sean, and we, we would talk Arizona monsoon weather and stuff, like, we were talking, and then one day out of the blue, a couple days ago, he's like, I can't talk on private Messenger anymore, we have to talk on public. Some things I just don't like putting on the wall, not because I'm trying to be particular, but because I don't want the whole world to see whatever it may be. I'm just like that anyway. I don't like posting things on people's walls. Would rather do it privately, no matter what it is. And then he's like, I have someone that's getting it over. And I'm like, here we go. And I wrote back, I go, understandable. And I said, but just FYI, I've been married 15 years. There's not going to be any trouble with something. It's all good. He's telling me some of the stuff was like sent to him, and I'm like, you have no worries, you never get any of that.
Well, and if you've been around here long enough, you kind of figure out the channels where the storms come and what time of the year. And it's like, my favorite time of the year is when we have, of course, the monsoon blowing out by my shop.
Like, I'm always one of the guys. Like, I've always been one of the guys,
I call a plane.
Even from me to
That mountain range that rolls all the way down to Tucson.
I just like wearing t-shirts and shorts and, and I figured I'm going to be one of the people I need. And my business partner, Nathan, he's trying to get me to start dropping my professional.
But anyway, I love it the time of the year when you get that storm coming this way. Then you get the storm dropping down off the east. And you get the storm dropping off the north, and they all hit right in the valley. Those are the bangers, man. Just like shake everything. You don't even go outside to take pictures of this. You're just like, I'm just taking it inside.
Because I'm always starting my journey to Chandler on the road, and I've taken so many pictures on my camera phone from last year. So many dust storms. There were 2 shots at night. I chased, the storm went by, this one was gone, nothing else. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna have lunch or dinner, and I went back out. You know what? It's something. As I look down to the southwest, I just look a lot of flashes of light out there. That's what happens. It's here at night. My camera phone, looking out there, and I get a backlit of lightning flashing up. Now I'm at Chandler Airport. That thing's way out there. But I'm like, no, I feel safe here. But if it had that another blip, whatever. We'll isolate air like Chandler Airport. Nothing.
Straight through.
We're good. Just trying to figure out. I'm pretty sure.
Christian, yeah, it should be computer.
It is.
Okay.
But it should be showing that display screen, right?
Has he? Yeah, did you split it? So it.
I might have to after you log in.
Yeah, change the view. Yeah, either duplicate or extend, whatever you want to do.
Okay.
That's got to be what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's severe because we have rain all
sitting there like, and then like, thinking about this.
And it went from a mile, 2 mile visibility down to feet. You know, so I kept on, I got the far left lane as the trees on the sidewalk tilt me over. And I'm just going like,
That's what I was saying. That's not like you want.
Woo! You want to talk about a woo moment?
Oh,
I go 2 miles north, nothing happens. Nothing happens. Like Chandler and Ray and Cooper and Queen was like,
I was my house is at Cooper on the Lake.
exactly.
I'm sitting there like,
And I'm basically
All of a sudden I look over and I'm like,
on the northeast corner of Cooper on the Lake.
all the TV on.
Yeah, that's what I'm my She goes, you know, all kinds of things. And last year was nutty because that was too tropical. You know, didn't use we had, you know, is that my pool breached? My pool overflowed and it was 6 o'clock in the morning and everybody's like,
That's power cable. I already looked at that.
What?
I thought the exact same thing when I saw it.
Yeah, it should just, I mean, right click, just plug.
Yeah, it should just extend or
Said something.
yeah. Oh, I could imagine.
got peaches then.
Never peaches.
look at that.
Jared had his truck.
So my buddy
Change of clothes, so I've been changing the jeans if it got cold, if it gets colder. So I was wearing shorts and me and Tyler had this winter. And I changed, well my jeans were like in the bottom underneath my bags and my gear and stuff. And I couldn't find it, so I got it into Jared live stream.
Well, yeah.
I was just gonna see about like what the schedule of the day looked like.
Yeah, I remember my buddy called me and was
Okay, yeah. You got
across the way. Yeah. They got this on the news riding the jet skis in the park. Yeah.
So we have Jeff Beamish. He's going to be speaking at 1:25. Oh, yeah, 1:25. And then we have about basically a monsoon dojo. Then it's going to be National Reserve Meteorologist Charlie Dewey. Storm Chaser Will Wilkins, slaying the Southern California monsoon. Then it's going to be Storm Chaser Brian Snyder. He's going to do a photography type workshop. And then it's going to go to Storm Chaser Ken, chasing over years. He's going to do a lot of tornado talk. And then it's going to be Jared Harris with the monsoon time-lapse video he did. Close it all out. And it's going to end about 6 o'clock. Yeah.
Just make your terms really good.
Oh, really? Just the season. Yeah, it's on Facebook. Monsoon Con. Website. Cool. You're welcome. As do I.
Jared is here. I know.
That was
Guys are having a Tiger rally next Saturday at 4 o'clock. Guess what?
Can I steal it, Andy?
What? You know how to work a bag about that. It's baseball downtown. Playing hockey. I mean, I want to get to see Dean Kennedy and Justin Upton. Trevor Deepak that has great career there. One of the
Jealous all the time.
that's where that's exactly high five that.
I'm from Philly. I've been here for like 12 years.
You don't have to move too far around here. I was saying that was probably a microburst. Because she's not awesome.
Yeah, because what you got here is you got a huge cloud top, and now you got an outreach, and somewhere in there, there's a beaver tail.
You remember that song at the end that was 5 inches of rain? Called that spot right there? Yeah. Well, I was on top of South Mountain overlooking Dawson's Brook and
It's like down spinning off, spinning stuff off. Water is so warm. I know. I know.
Yeah, they got
all the weather.
That's cool. That's tracking. Well, that's how a lot of it is like, especially when they can tell you the weather service, forecast, meteorologists, anybody can tell you, but really in unstable conditions here, like you can see things, you know, you can see things forming and generally track radar pretty good. Like here, it can be a model here, but then just a swarm.
So I had the summers off.
Stuff, yeah.
But yeah, I
Now if we, you know, I didn't even know we got another tropical
like we have the rain or something.
Those things are just fun to play with.
You get these, and that's the only thing they get on. I've heard of some staff. There's something nice about it that was pretty like that. No? Well, I have a printer. Get a high power.
Oh, okay. So.
Costco. Yeah. Costco, Santa Claus. I wouldn't go to Walmart for pretty. Worst comes to worst.
Good job.
Oh, yeah. Where'd you go to high school or college? I knew. Come on. You had to do a business card. Always have to. Always got
I like how his simple. His question is simple. How'd you print that? My question is, how do I set up my Ustream so I can become a risk dot on TV?
I know, that's really exciting for the first time this year. We're going to be out of town. And, I was like, maybe I'll go that day. I was shooting. You guys are gone. Yeah. First on my list. Yes.
A lot of fire, a lot of ice.
Yeah.
What do you do? I'm a personal chef. Oh, okay.
Oh, got it.
Hi, nice to meet you. Hi, nice to meet you.
I'm Mark. Yeah, I'm an amateur storms chaser out of the spot.
Not very good. One.
It's amazing that I didn't know there were so many Arizonans that are chasing. Because I thought it was a very rare company. Like, I'm only going, my family likes to do this kind of thing. I think that's this trip, you're doing a photo shoot.
Did you ever keep planning? I love it. So yeah, we can why. Okay.
I like the old vintage stuff. We got a ton of these from B-Line Dragway back in the day.
I'm a big baseball person. I'm a D-backs fan since the very beginning.
Oh, okay.
White Sox fan versus small man. I have like the White Sox baseball World Series. See, got it in Tucson. The thing about baseball in Arizona, you can be anything you want in the spring. Yeah, it was. You go in, the library administration. Yeah, they're basically home.
I think I've seen some of your stuff online and stuff. Yeah.
It's like one of those things.
We was telling him that a lot of pictures, you know, you just don't have to get that violent shot or that crazy. It's just violent and cool stuff that you can get along the way. It's really neat. That's the storm that you
Yeah.
Absolutely. I've been chasing and have support.
Yeah, that's where I think I've seen you before as a guy.
I just started teaching in July. I know chasing is like my new point. You know, my photos is not California.
That's when you notice it. Thank you. Either way, it's not very easy. Much easier.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now is get Don figured out because the thing about it is that I was like, I've been doing this with a couple of folks and I have a video here and so now I'm stepping up and I'm going to try to figure out what components to buy that's going to make the most sense for me. One thing I do not like is wires in my vehicles and so it's like, I've been looking at that, the bit used Teradek, module that goes up on the phone that so you don't have that on a laptop. I've been looking at the new Canon SL1 camera that's supposedly pretty trick and I've been looking at all these other things and
That's Alabama.
That's why I love about ASU. They call us AU. So we're like, oh, thanks for calling. We're Auburn. Oh, that's right.
Remember with the Dominator that's crazy on the
Hey, for the compliment.
yeah, there's a guy named he basically about what was it about 5 6 years ago they had a TV show on that was huge. It was like that was catch the fishing guys will do that too. And it just basically portrayed these guys going out and chasing storms.
I was there.
This is what I think because they had some part they came I saw the Dominator and they wanted to go build a really just not
Let's just check you and me.
but yeah, I saw it at SEMA. I saw it at SEMA show. Those guys, and it was, it was still pretty neat. But I was like, oh, dude. Anyway, but yeah. So, but they started, the show, and then Timmer, this guy, all of a sudden become this like they call him hyper train guy, because yeah, he's just so hyper. He got really passionate into it. Built a couple of these vehicles to go, not just hang out in the back of the store. He was going to go in the tornado and sit there in any heat of the day. Yeah, in this vehicle. Yeah, it's got good. Yeah. Well, and then there's also the other guys too, but it's so ugly. It's you left the wheels exposed and it looks like a rolling garbage can. No, that's there's another guy who's got there's actually 5 of them of different types that are out there. And that's why I was like, so anyway, they that TV show series after series after series. At the same time, we'd still going to school because weather. And then he just put together this website. It's called TV and Weather. And it enabled me, you, these people to become
there.
live chasers.
You're pushing
And
the
so,
chair all
like
by
right now, if you
yourself.
go on the internet,
Yeah, you're pushing a
see
big
on live chasing, it'll come up with the United States
Just like your
flag,
dad,
red dot,
Get some food.
and you push on
You're
the
recording the weather, you see out there scrolling
somebody
seaside.
cruise around trying to find
Your
something.
mother's gonna be, your grandmother's gonna be freaking out.
That's the whole thing now. That it's like there's a you take your camera, you've got a dedicated camera, you throw up on the dash,
double
window on
car
the
seated.
wherever you want it,
Double
and
car
that goes
seats.
down into.
Yeah, double
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm trying to figure it all out.
It goes from bodies.
Oh,
My 3-year-old niece, and she's in Norway, and she looks like she's like 1.5. I'd say she's 1.5. Ah, there you go. Yeah. Hi. Yeah, you just look like my niece, except my niece has much longer hair. Yeah. I'm gonna have my niece over all weekend. So yeah. Yeah, when she was a 1.5, we took her to a baseball game at Chase Field. And
oh, they've
still
seen
on
some
that.
record stuff up there.
This is her at 1.5. Yeah, she was clapping, she was having fun, and we got her on the field, and the field passes for that day on the field, and we got on the field, she was wearing sandals. So after half an hour on the field, trying to get the players hit balls, we got the log rest, and she started crying. The dirt got in her shoe. We take off the shoes, we clean her off, and then she's like, oh, we're going to get more rest. We're standing here, get it. But she made one pick from a baseball player, really cute. The catcher, Miguel Montero, came over, and I said hi to him. I had a baseball for crying. And he comes over and I say, well, Miguel, this is my niece Mia. And he goes, well, Mia is connection. There you go. Perfect. You became a fan right now. And he's just like, yeah, great. Another young fan that's gonna cry at the thing.
Anyway, yeah, you see right here, I even have it on as an app on my phone. You gotta excuse my phone. But a few times it's on my phone. I think I've had it for so long, but you get one of those phones that good and but anyway, you can see right now it says active storm chasers. If there was anybody broadcasting right now, they would have names like, like of course everybody's probably chasing these right now too. Yeah, but yeah, you have right now, you have all these names, camera, you can go, and basically, you see my desktop will pop up and show you the map. Like 6 people in there, and they're all just drive along, ring cowbells, freaking
If Mike doesn't have any oh, yeah, thank you.
You just wish sometimes you could go every time dog. Let's just have a replace.
Yeah, I usually would. If I had the money. Old car.
Yeah, I got you. I left your toy in the car. I hope that's not a problem.
Yeah, it is. One of my toys.
I got you the little Happy Meal, the Mighty Kids meal, the double cheese.
I'm like, she does love me.
Some days it's worth it more than others, but I'm gonna take the good with the bad. I give you crap because I know you can handle it. You wouldn't be the tough woman you are if I didn't come to you.
So you left the apples in the fridge, but you did not leave the toy.
That's crazy.
So does that mean I get my chocolate today for next month?
Here, I'll get out of here, right?
Andy's ignoring us, he's playing.
I'm finding out what all has been heard. Right now it doesn't seem like I'm I guess there's a lot of different discussions that it dies on both sides. People talking.
Okay, well then that may be not your one specific.
So that's why I was trying to figure out.
This is just on YouTube.
But nobody said. Everybody knows what I'm asking. They're not stupid. They would have said something.
That's awesome. Start that 401k right now. Radar scope in Surrey. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You and Mom are gonna go shopping.
We should all just stand up front later.
You have your own box. Just pause it. No.
There's no.
You're not gonna get up now?
Yeah.
It's still going?
Yeah.
We could totally do a talent show.
Talent show. Extreme whistling.
Sounds good to me.
She is 14 months. She was 15 months at the end of the night here.
Go for it. We'll clap. You go up and do a little dance and we'll clap.
Oh, and you're just
Start little fire pit in the middle of the stage.
I have a question after this. Talk to Brandon. Federal grant money. We're actually working
get
with
fed
City.
as someone.
That's what I was hoping.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we're hoping.
You become an adult.
Working on
She spots my burger.
You know what? I don't doubt it. Don't doubt it.
See, look at her. She's like, I see that burger.
It might be the Happy Meal itself.
Oh, it could be. I have fries in here. She wants a fry.
So
No fries yet. We won't start that addiction quite yet.
Once it starts, you won't stop.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I messed up with my daughter. She's 3 now, and I go, "What do you want?" She wants to have a birthday party. Michael, what do you want? She goes, I want chicken nuggets and peanut butter sandwiches. I'm like, okay. So we're gonna do the peanut butter. She's doing My Little Pony for her birthday. So we got her pinata and she's carried it around past couple days, and luckily they make them now with the springs that you just pull and then the candy falls out. So, because my mom's like, when you were little, you had an aerial birthday, your third birthday. We got you your pinata and you loved it. You had it in your room and I didn't think anything of it. Well, we lived in Orange County, so it was made pretty sturdy with chicken wire, and it took grown men with baseball bats to get this thing to break, and I was just in tears because everyone was just beating my little mermaid pinata, and I was like, it was funny.
Well, that happened with my kids with SpongeBob. I had a SpongeBob pinata.
This one wasn't gonna break.
I know, but
Well, that's what I was trying to avoid with Kaylee's. I was trying to like keep it hidden and try to run in the closet and turn on the light. And she's like, my pants. Really? We had a week. It's next Saturday, and she found it yesterday. What's her name?
Peyton.
Oh, that's a gorgeous little name. Hi.
She's like, give me that puppy meal.
Did you say she was 15 months?
Yeah.
Aww. She's a lot more. My daughter had a poker face. I couldn't get her to wave or smile for nothing. To this day, we have to go, Kaylee, don't smile. And then she'll put a big old smile for the camera. I'm like, I'm interested to see how her daycare pictures turned out because they don't know that trick.
Who's good? Tell me.
Her first one, when they started in the fall, they did pictures. And she looked so sad. She's just sitting there like this, with a straight face. I'm like, she looks so cute in her little outfit. And she's just like, it was like first thing in the morning, like,
Accessorize the if I were to.
well, it was like right after, I think they did it maybe no more than a half an hour after I dropped her off, and she was still in the transition phase and freaked out and was still crying and stuff. So I think the exhaustion of freaking out and then being stuck on a stool in front of a camera and told to smile.
Those darn photographers, you know.
Yeah, we're now getting into the stage where, we try to take a picture.
Put it next to a model.
Right? You squirm everywhere.
I'm a photographer and take pictures of babies all the time. I get it.
Yeah. I can only imagine. But
This.
Oh, I get it.
Can you give me a high five? Thank you. Give like kisses, everyone.
Good job. You're such a happy little girl.
She's very happy.
So you're out of Tucson then?
Yes.
I'm Jillian. I'm out of Lake Havasu.
Oh, hi there.
Hi.
Nice to
I'm
meet you.
covered in fries.
That's okay. So you drove a little ways too then to get here.
That's solid.
You are just everywhere.
What a hell. How this would.
Yeah.
Her little shoes are adorable.
Yeah,
That's all mine. Dad knows nothing about shoes.
I couldn't get Kaylee to keep bows, headbands, anything like that, or shoes
I
on.
mean, this is the big question.
She won't do that either.
Nowadays, if it's not pink, she wants nothing to do with it. Nothing. Her friend Brooklyn at school, her favorite color is purple, and Kaylee's is pink. And they are obsessed with Frozen. Kaylee's Anna, she has to have her hair in 2 braids. Brooklyn's Princess or Queen Elsa.
Whoa, careful.
That and Princess Sophia.
I don't think we're gonna grab that.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah, Ashley and I, we chase in Havasu.
Okay.
So we do a lot of Havasu.
Good, good. We need you out there because
I know nobody else is.
Exactly.
Tori.
No. I haven't seen it. Too far. It's so funny because this morning I was like, I wonder if he's going to tell all his friends that he's coming there and that he's presenting, but he's not going to be. That's what I was behind. I was telling my mom about how he left Joe Street Corner kid.
I thought I should come dressed up as a street dog.
Internet.
kind of like the idea that actually
I left my pants in the car. Couldn't be worse than that.
Here, what?
You left your pants in Jared's car.
He'll run everything for you, and all of a sudden you don't have to worry about it. You just help him plan it, set it up, and then you get exactly what you want out of it. You guys don't worry about anything. Awesome. So, when I get back to work on
Remember that land spout in that land spout Nader?
Yeah.
It was on California, I think.
Yeah.
Border of Arizona. Well, I hit it.
Yeah.
Solar.
Yep.
Hot spot, man.
But yeah, no, that's that when that happened.
Mr. YouTube. Follow me on TKX. I am one.
They actually
No, it's still going.
forecasting for those types of things.
How do you forecast? Actually gets in there.
And so kids are sounding every bit of data.
I wanted to have
4 hours leading up to
21 watching? That's pretty cool.
where it can get down. If there is anything that
Where did everybody go for lunch?
I don't know. Actually went to McDonald's.
yes,
McDonald's. It's something nobody has that
I'm
crowd
like,
level.
exactly.
Oh, you guys drove?
It's so hard to chase for my house.
I don't know.
Storms come up around rush hour.
He has from 100 all the data.
So it's the usual south to north.
No,
I don't have to
exactly. And
leave
this is
early.
where this is focused on
hope it
everything
happens.
ground. A good idea. A couple hundred feet up. I loaded it up. Around then, we have a lot of great technology, a lot of great crap.
But yeah, no, it's the other thing that he's trying to do is we get back all fun this whole thing.
Good heavens, dude.
And it's like
It's Mark Cuban, bro.
Brandon spoke to the was asking well, accurate enough that he can change the flight route, and they've had flights at all 12 flights. They had less than, I think it was Chandler or
I wish that somebody would respond to that post. LOL, they're not. It wouldn't surprise me if he's not even going to show up and he says it again.
but they sit there and they their idea was they'll go and sit there and go,
Good. Hopefully it stays that way.
You get the data. Who's going to use
my laptop, I guess.
how do you expand it onto the other?
Should just happen. Like mine just happens.
Oh,
Look at mine.
Well, it's got to be the app because it's not even showing up as anything in the computer.
Well, I could go through. Pretty wide open.
I would know. It's open because the pilots need to get wide open. So if you ever need to get in there, I would know. It's open because the pilots need to get in there. So
23 people now. Two. Only 3. I looked at it a minute ago. It was like 20.
Probably because I switched computers in the The sound thing is weird because my other laptop is set up perfectly with the mic. I guess I can listen.
23 people now. Only 3. I looked at it a minute ago. It was like 20.
Probably because I switched computers in the sound thing is weird because my other laptop is set up perfectly with the mic. I guess I can listen.
23 people now. Only 3. I looked at it a minute ago.
You did both.
Probably because I switched.
You know how this is looking.
The sound thing is weird because my other laptop is set up perfectly with the mic. I guess I can listen.
23 people now. Only 3. I looked at it a minute ago.
You did both. Yeah. You know how this is looking on your screen. There is no audio that is hearable. Well, it's just looks like the whole.
Well, I know it's a whole room, but
3. I looked at it a minute ago.
You did both. Yeah.
at least people said it was good.
This is looking on your screen. There is no. Just listen to somebody a minute ago.
has to be a tropical system approaching southern North California. And it's that second trigger that led to the wettest day on record here in the second trigger. And this is and that has to be a tropical system. Maybe about it's that second trigger that led to the wettest day on record here in
First time I met Chandler. Just take it. I need ice.
I already drank my Pepsi. Wow.
We were like right in front of each other. We were literally like. Crazy. You couldn't get over there. Yeah, this is great. How you guys?
Oh, only if that's there.
Alrighty. Coming up next, Shar Dewey.
Yes, my name is Shar, or Charlotte, some people know me by. I'm with the National Weather Service here in Phoenix. And I've been here a little over 5 years now, so I'm not a Phoenix native, I'm from Colorado. This photo was actually taken from our office. I took it last year. This was the July 3rd dust storm.
Yeah.
We had one a couple years ago. It was the same exact vantage point from the July 5th. And so this is looking, South Mountains over there on the right-hand side. This is looking kind of south, southeast. And just this spring we had a parking garage built, so it comes up to right about here. So we won't have that view for much longer, unless we go out to the parking garage, which is still doable. When we launch balloons, we launch it from our roof, so it's a little bit higher than this. Similar to the Weather Service in Tucson, they launch balloons as well, but we only launch ours in the summertime, in the monsoon. So I'm going to kind of give a rundown of some of the bigger events that happened last year. Matt and Jeff already kind of touched on some of this. So if you guys have questions and want to elaborate, just let me know, because I'm not going to touch on everything that we went through and everything that happened, but just some of the bigger name events. So some of the bigger names, storm events, we started out early July. That's when we had our big dust storm. Previous years, it's been anywhere from July 1st to July 6th or 7th when we start out with a big dust storm. And then we got into later in July, we had some thunderstorms, some microbursts, so the atmosphere wasn't really too primed and too moist at that point. Then we get into August and we start having some more moisture, some more thunderstorms, a little bit stronger thunderstorms, quicker moving. And then middle of August, if you'll remember, if anybody was impacted by big floods. So August 12th and 19th, I remember because I was not here, but my house was flooded. Down in South Phoenix, right by South Mountain, that ravine basin that broke and had the 6 inches of water or whatever it was. Wow. So we had some big flooding there, and Flood Control District has some really good write-ups on that. And then through August, we had a pretty decent monsoon. We were still below normal for our rain totals, for maybe the storm count, still a little bit below normal. But we had a decent monsoon, and we still had another month to go. So I'll touch on a couple of the bigger highlights in September. Some totals, from the Weather Service vantage point, we always look at what we issued, the different events. So we take into account severe thunderstorms, dust storms, flooding. We also do heat, but heat's not as fun or exciting as the rest of this stuff. And last year we didn't have too much heat, too many heat warnings. So for rainfall, our average monsoon rainfall from June 15th through September 30th is 2.71 inches. And so for the month of June, we generally average close to 0. July is a little bit more, August is a little bit more, September a little bit less. So last year through August, we had almost 1.25 inches. So it's not bad, it's still below normal. The entire month of September saw more than the 3-month average. And one day in September saw more than the monsoon average. 6 hours in that one day in September saw more than the monsoon average. So we ranked as, I can't remember, close to one of the wettest monsoons we've ever had. I think top 10. This is for Phoenix. So looking at some of the rainfall totals, this is monsoon total rainfall. Like I said, average is 2.71 inches, and so this is, a lot of areas saw almost 10 inches of rain, which other parts of the country, that's no big deal. They'll see that in 2 or 3 days. So this is a huge deal for us. And then zoomed in just a little bit farther, Phoenix, Sky Harbor's right over here with the airplane, so you can kind of find where you live and see just how much rain we got. So this is the July 3rd dust storm night, and this is a radar image. So it's tough to pick out dust on radar, but looking at the environmental conditions that was going on, so we knew that this was dust. And the prime location for dust to originate is when we get thunderstorms down around the Tucson area. We get the southeast flow, everything's moving to the northwest. And you can see the boundary, just that line of dust coming. And each of these little curves are outflow boundaries where they collide with each other, and then we get rain that develops behind it. So that's when we'll get the dust, the gross dirt, and then you'll get the rain and mud behind it. So I won't go too in depth, but I put up some charts to kind of show the atmosphere and stuff. You won't understand all this, that's okay. So this is a morning balloon sounding from Tucson. So the right hand black line is the temperature, the left hand is the moisture, the dew point. So the farther apart those lines are, the drier it is. So you see in the lower half, lower third there, it's pretty dry. So that's the type of environment we look for. There's not a lot of moisture, so if we do get thunderstorms, it's probably going to kick up dust. And this was that evening, so July 3rd, but this was a sounding from Phoenix, from our office. So it's even drier and hotter. And so if anything were to form, I wouldn't expect rain, I would expect dust. And this is what we got. This is the view from our office. as it moved through. And it was slow, but if you stood and watched it, you could just see the progression and just see it get dark. And this is another radar image from the same event, but this is looking at velocity or speed. And so the green is as the wind is coming towards the radar, and the red is the wind going away. So you can just see it progress through the city. And the brighter the red, the faster the storm is moving. And this cut off a little bit at the top. This was August 12th. So this is the next event I was going to talk about. This is the morning sounding from Phoenix, August 12th. So it's quite a bit more moist, a lot more moisture down in the lower levels. And the wind, we have the southeast wind. So we know things are going to kind of move from the southeast to the northwest. And again, these are more charts you may not understand. So we have a lot of moisture here in the lower levels. The wind, these wind barbs are going away from each other, which creates diffluence. Somebody mentioned diffluence. So that's when the air aloft is spreading, which allows a thunderstorm to build. And that's conditions we look for to create thunderstorms. So each of these maps is going higher in the atmosphere. And so we look at all of these levels in the atmosphere to try and figure out what's going to happen, how bad it's going to happen, and where. And so we're again looking at higher wind speeds as we go up more in the atmosphere and more spreading. So it means anything that's going to develop is going to kind of bubble and billow and build up. So this was a rain event. Somebody mentioned up near New River, we had the flooding and the heavy water. So this is a river gauge, and so it's showing the level of the water, and it rose to over 24 feet. It was the fourth highest reading of that rain gauge ever. So it's not to say that 24 inches of rain fell, it's just the river got to that level. And this was an image from the flood control district of I-17 up around that area, the flooding that ensued there. So it's just a ton of water that funneled down. And so here was the rain totals for that event, and that rain gauge that I just mentioned is somewhere up in here, well, on I-17, so I got a ton of rain. So now we're through August so far, and like I said, we've had over almost an inch and a quarter. Average is just over 2 inches. We have more to go. So this is an image of Hurricane Norbert on the 6th of September, where it was forecasted to go. And so we have some fun at work with different names, to come up with hashtags with different stuff. We have to kind of make it lighthearted with as much as we're working and as much as people are giving us criticisms on, if the forecast pans out or if it doesn't. So we came up with some little phrases about some of the hurricanes that we saw in September, because we're Arizona, we're desert. We should not see hurricanes, but we do, it happens. And the Weather Service office in Tucson has a great write-up page on all the hurricanes that have ever come into Arizona. So it does happen, it's just not very often. So the first one we had September 8th, so this was Hurricane Norbert. And so for me, remembering 2014 monsoon, this was one of the big events. This was one thing that I really remember. I had to go to work early, and the roads were closed that day, so I had a tough time getting to work early. So some of our social media posts, this was 7:30 in the morning, and we've already been to almost 3 inches of rain. So we've almost had an entire monsoon's worth of rain, and it's rush hour traffic. Monday morning, rush hour traffic. So then by that time we're at 2.96 inches, so we broke the all-time calendar day record, which was set back in the 1930s. And a lot of the records for this time of year were back in the 1900s, 20s, and 30s. So this is a pretty substantial event. We ended the day at 3.29 inches. So now we've recorded the #1 wettest day on record ever throughout Phoenix's history. So we broke the daily rain record for September 8th, the highest one-day calendar record rain, and we came in second in a 24-hour period worth of rain. And the rest of those records you'll see, well, there's 1961, but most of them are the early 1900s, 1920s. So this is a pretty epic event. So taking a look, this is Sunday evening. So the night before, looking at the upper air balloon that we launched from Phoenix, so it's pretty dry below, but there's a good amount of moisture up above. So where thunderstorms could form. But we have this due south wind, which everything's coming from the south. So it's bringing in that moisture, it's bringing it in. And then this was that morning. And so we launch our balloons during the summertime twice a day. And we normally launch at about 4:30, so it makes it in for the 5 a.m. and 5 p.m. Sounding. And so launching this balloon at 4:30 in the morning, it only made it up to about 10,000 feet.
Wow.
Where the previous one, you can see normally they go up to, I think, almost 50,000 feet before they pop. So this one only made it to about 10,000 feet. So it either had a problem, we are very close to the airport, so it could have hit an airplane. This time of day, I would imagine not. Or it was going through the heaviest part of rain that was happening right then, which is most likely what happened. So the instrument either got soaked and quit recording, or the rain just pushed the balloon down, popped it, and didn't allow it to go any higher. So this is the type of sounding that I would normally look at if I were in Florida or North Carolina or Louisiana, where you get hurricane landfalls. This is what it would look like. I mean, the temperature and moisture are nearly touching the entire time. So it is a completely saturated, completely moist environment. We look at temperature and dew point. So this last couple of days, this last week, we had some really humid temperatures, some really humid weather. To get a dew point at 70 is very anomalous for Phoenix. You're looking over in the East Coast, the Southeast, to get dew points that high. And the temperature, we're only in the 70s, so it's cooler, but it's very humid. So we had a lot of moisture. Again, we had some spreading aloft, some diffluence to help create the thunderstorms. But all the wind was out of the south, so we're just pulling up that moisture. So this is an accumulation graph by time for that morning. So we started getting some rainfall just after midnight, around 2:30. Within a half an hour, we're already at or close to an inch, a little bit over an inch. So come 4:30, when we're launching that balloon, we're already almost 2 inches of rain. So it's raining pretty hard, and then the rainfall accumulation just kept going. So by the time I got to work at 7:30, we're already at almost 3 inches of rain. Most of the roads were flooded, a lot of them were closed, the drainage just didn't hold all that water. So this is where the water went on I-10. This is out at 43rd Avenue. A lot of the pumping stations that removed that water had trouble removing all that water because they just had nowhere to go. So I want to believe that these cars were on their way somewhere. People just didn't drive in and then leave. Because they filled up pretty fast, but it wasn't a wall of water. And I think it took like 8 hours before those cars had to. Days after, you could still see the water on the side of the road. So this is a loop of a satellite image. It starts the evening before, and it just kind of loops and shows the progression. Because there's no hurricane now. So we don't have a hurricane that came over us, but we have this remnants from the hurricane, from the moisture.
That is so amazing.
It just kind of kept developing over and over again. So here's a radar image. So when we are concerned with flooding is when you get that rain to go over the same area over and over again. And it's moving very slow, so the ground just gets saturated, doesn't get a chance to dry up, doesn't get a chance to go anywhere. And so this goes all the way through, I think, 10 or 11 in the morning. And so it finally started moving off, but we still have a bunch of water on the ground. And so the whole system, up through northern Arizona, southern Arizona, everybody got some rain. So we had that pretty epic day. There was a couple more days. We had another Hurricane Odile. The remnants from Odile came through. And after Norbert, everybody was saying, Odile, what's the deal with Odile? Let alone being able to pronounce or spell that name. So we still had the rest of September to go. This was only September 8th. So we have another day, September 27th, so it's the end of the monsoon, by definition. So we have another moist day. We have another really good day set up for severe weather. And we have stronger winds, and they're more pronounced out of the south. So previous September 8th, we had decent wind, but not quite this strong. So we have this upper level low that's really pulling moisture and pulling wind through. And so here's a morning sounding from Tucson. I believe this day I couldn't get one from Phoenix. We either didn't launch one or had technical difficulties. So there's a lot of dry air down below. So there's a lot of spread between that moisture and that temperature, and a lot of moisture aloft. But we have really strong winds from the south. And this was the morning sounding from Flagstaff. So they were really moist. They had really strong winds down the lower levels all the way through the entire atmosphere. So there's just a ton of wind. Anything that's going to form, any thunderstorms are going to move really quick. Whereas the September 8th, everything is moving slow, raining and entraining over each other, forward south. So we had some damage to the airport. And this storm system, I believe, was around lunchtime, between 10 and 2 or so, midday. We actually, there's people in the tower that we work with forecasting for the airplanes and aviation. They actually evacuated the tower. I believe the tower is 80 feet above the ground, and they evacuated it. And the tower's built to withstand, I mean, nearly a bomb explosion. But they evacuated because it started tilting. It started going back and forth. And they have an unofficial wind sensor at the top, and I think it recorded something like 75 miles an hour. Wow. That's like low-grade hurricane, low-grade tornado wind speeds. So they had some pretty substantial damage. Again, we had more flooding. This is I-17 down around the Durango Curve. Everybody knows where that is. And more damage at the airport. So it took off, I forgot what terminal it is, but it ripped off a lot of the roof and the siding from one of the terminals there. And this was a viewer photo, I think it posted on our Facebook, but it uprooted some trees too. And so I couldn't slow this down, but this is a really quick radar loop, so you can see things moving through. We had really substantial damage around the airport, and then through Glendale and Deer Valley, we had like a roll cloud, squall line cloud. Mike Hurley pictures up in that area. So there was a couple of pictures we'd seen people coming out on I-10, and it just looked like a sideways hurricane. Yeah, it was just like moving really fast and rolling. It's the only way I could describe it as a roll cloud. And this was the velocity, the wind speed. It just whipped through really, really fast. So that's all the recovery with the monsoon. So I was just going to show you like what we look at. So some of the charts I showed you is the things that we look at. We look at a ton of stuff to try and figure out what's going to happen. So some of the things, some of you guys that are chasers, you may be familiar with the SPC's website. So they have a great website that gives you meso-analysis. So it gives you a ton of different parameters to look at to try and figure out what's going to happen. How big the hail, where is it going to rain, is there rotation. So one thing that we always look at is precipitable water. So this is basically the amount of moisture in the atmosphere that could be squeezed out and rained out, given the right conditions. So, I mean, once you start looking at an inch, inch and a half, I mean, that's pretty substantial. You're going to get quite a bit of water if it were to rain. So we look at CAPE, we look at instability. How unstable is the atmosphere? How likely could we get a thunderstorm, and how damaging could that thunderstorm be? Now here in Arizona, we don't need a lot of instability. Out in the plains, they'll see values 1,000 to 2,000 and get some decent thunderstorms. We don't need that much here. We could see 500 to 800 amount of CAPE and get some thunderstorms. And then downdrafts, because we do have a lot of dry subcloud layer. We have a lot of dry air near the surface. And so when we get thunderstorms that build up and then they just fall apart, we get that strong downburst of wind toward the surface, and we get the downburst, the microburst. And then again, we do this balloon launching. So Flagstaff and Tucson do it twice a day, every day. Us in Phoenix, we do it twice a day, every day during the summer. So we just do monsoon balloon launching. So it gives us an idea of what the atmosphere looks like in one point going all the way up. So what the wind is like, how much moisture, what the temperature is, how unstable or stable, so how much could we get a thunderstorm. So for this year, every year we do a Monsoon Awareness Week webpage, and so we have daily topics with hazards and weather themes. We'll do YouTube videos. This year we're doing Google Hangouts, so Monday through Friday this year, if you want to tune in, I believe we'll post the link on our social media, Facebook and Twitter, if you want to join it or watch the live Google Hangout. It's going to be from 6 to 6:30. We will be at least participating Monday, Thursday, and Friday, but there'll be other Weather Service offices that are participating too. So if you want to tune in and check out a daily topic, do that. And that's all I have. This is an overview. This is what our office looks like. Part of what our office looks like. So we have 6 workstations. So we can have 6 people logged in. Generally during the monsoon we have at least 4. So we'll have people looking at radar, and we can sectorize. So depending how busy it is, we can sectorize. Somebody looks at, because our area of coverage, we go all the way to California, believe it or not. We go to Palm Springs, California. So we can have people looking at different areas depending how busy it is. So we'll divide it up so we can not jump over each other and double warn or anything. So we have people so the daytime forecasters, so they're putting together the high temperature, the chance of rain, how much rain, the wind, all that as routine stuff. So then we'll have, come severe weather time, we'll have people looking at the radar and specifically forecasting for that. We'll have a social media communications person that takes the phone calls, that does the interviews, posting to our social media sites, and it varies. We all take turns. So we're open 24 hours, 7 days a week, holidays, weekends, year-round, and we all take turns working shifts. So we have a daytime shift, an evening shift, and then an overnight shift. So we all take turns. I'm lucky I just got off a day shifts, so there's people that we take turns and work all different shifts. If you guys want to ever do a tour, we can do tours. This is basically what we have. We don't have too many huge screens or anything. Like Matt mentioned, we have screens that we're always watching the news as well. Not to see what they're forecasting, but to see when they cut in or what they're posting, and if they posted our warning correctly, and just kind of get a feel for whatever it's saying, so we're all on the same page. And we watch webcams as well. With that, if you guys have any questions?
Yeah, I've actually got a couple of questions. The first one is, are the Phoenix soundings available on the internet?
They should be. So the website I was at was the University of Wyoming, and they have it. Yes, and so we don't have necessarily a dot that represents us. It may just be our station ID, which is a 5-digit number. We don't have a good climatology for our soundings because they're only for about 3 months out of the year, so we're not real consistent, but it can be found.
My other question was, how high do the Cape values get?
That's a good question. I'm trying to think. In my experience, I've seen them get to around 2,500 here in Arizona. It's not to say they can't get higher. I know August 28th of 2008 was a really big severe weather outbreak here for Phoenix. I would be willing to bet it may have gotten a little bit higher during that time period. Yeah.
Nuclear. Step outside.
Yeah.
Any thought to doing soundings year-round at your forecast office?
I would love to. It's not up to me though. We, budget issue. We're partnered with SRP, so the Salt River Project, the electricity. So they fund the soundings, and they have college students do the morning soundings, and then we do the evening soundings, just as a volunteer. But I like doing soundings. Yeah.
I'm from Southern California, and the question I have is why is your office, why do they have Palm Springs in your CWA versus having San Diego, since San Diego is literally like a stone's throw away from Palm Springs?
The border actually does put Palm Springs in San Diego's area, so we end just east of Palm Springs. We end just east of Indio. We have a little chunk of Joshua Tree National Park.
Okay.
So we're just on the east side of, there's a huge wind farm right out there too.
Right.
We're just on the east side of that, and we take care of half of Riverside County, and then we take care of all of Imperial County.
Right. Well, I guess the question I'm trying to figure out is there a geographical reason why these zones are chosen that way for the different offices versus it being more like just a regional thing, politically?
There may have been, and we're working on redesigning some of our zones as well. My thinking would be because the San Diego radar and the Yuma radar, which is what covers Southeast California, is blocked by those San Diego mountains.
Right.
And it may have just been that our portion of Southeast California is so less populated that the Yuma radar covers that. And being in Phoenix, and we have a couple major cities like Phoenix,
Right.
that we can handle that extra area.
Which kind of leads to another question, because you have the Yuma radar and you have the Las Vegas radar, which creates a gap right there in, just north of Desert Center, where especially that town called Rice, right in that area there, and I just wonder about how does that affect your ability to do warnings and things like that. Obviously, you said that the population is very low in that area, so the impact is not as great. But still, I'm a storm chaser that chases that area, and it's flash flooding is very prolific in that area on that highway that goes north out of Desert Center toward Parker. I can't the name of the highway. I think it's 164. I think it is, or something like that. But it's flash flooding is just as common as as the dust storms out here, out there. So
it's a huge effect.
Yeah.
In April, we had a tornado in Desert Center.
Right.
And unfortunately, the lowest cut of the radar, because the farther out the radar sees, the more tilted it goes, the lowest cut was in 10,000 feet. So I worked that day. So no, because when we look at it on radar, it looks like, oh, maybe there's a little bit of rotation, but 10,000 feet up, I don't expect it to hit the ground.
Right.
And then 20 minutes later, we get pictures of a tornado, but the radar can't see it. So that's, huge plug for our chasers. If you're out there and you see it, you need to know. But that area is really tough. And the whole western U.S. is really tough because our radars are so sparse, our terrain is so vast. Whereas you go out east, Kansas and eastward, they have a radar every, 100 miles it seems. Whereas out here, we go from the two radars we maintain in Phoenix and Yuma. So they're just so spread out, and coverage is pretty unfortunate. Anything else? Yes?
What's your guys' take on May? Why it was so cool, why it was so wet? And also, do you think they'll have any influence into the start of our monsoon this year?
Okay, so the question is, what do we think about May and how it may influence the monsoon? So May was very cool, very wet, very unusual. I wouldn't say rare because we've had rain in May, we've had cool temperatures in May. The first half of May was very cool, and then we warmed up towards the end. And we had our first 100-degree day May 1st, and we had 104 at the very end. So it wasn't completely out of realm. We just had a lot of low pressures that moved through, and they were a lot farther south. So I think maybe the jet stream wasn't quite positioned yet. A little confused about what time of year it was. So every storm that we got was really moist, really wet. Whereas this time of year, May and June are our driest months on average. We usually don't get a whole lot. We'll get wind, we'll get some maybe dust picked up, but we had a lot of moisture. And again with June so far, we've had 2 hurricane influences already. It's June. People are flashbacking to September and wondering, what's the deal? But I think that I don't think we can really pinpoint this is what happened, so this is how the monsoon's going to go. I think it may have an influence, especially now we have look out that far and tell you whether it's going to be 110 all summer or 90, or if we're going to have 2.5 inches or 12. I hope we get more than 2.5 inches. I hope we don't have a whole lot of 110s, but it's tough to pinpoint that as far as what will happen. Sorry.
So for 12, it's good for business.
Yeah. Just not in 3 hours. Okay. Anything else? Any last question?
Yeah.
Thank you, Shar. We all enjoyed it, yeah? Yeah! We all had a good time? Really cool. Up next is going to be the man who slays Southern California, Will Wilkins. He'll be speaking at 2:55, so we have some time to kill some time, just relax, eat some more candy, do your thing.
Look at that cloud.
There was another storm coming out of Colorado that had really good lightning, and it died too. Yeah, and then we were just like, oh, yeah. Right? Yeah. Jared. Yep. Sure. It happens, yeah.
And I'm looking on my radar, so it's like, and then I was like, really? I know, it literally comes to the edge of town and sits there and waves, hi Julie, and goes.
Last night, I was losing my mind and sitting outside. I'm like, I like blink really fast. What is that? Well, you could look up clear skies and like just like towards Heman behind the mountains where like you couldn't see them like each other. It lit up all the sky and I'm like, did I blink too fast? What was that what I? I'm like, it looked really cool. I said, I'm like, I wish I had it that way. That's what.
Did I introduce you to Ashley?
No.
Oh, this
Ashley.
She's our advertising rep at River Scene, and she's like my BFF one taker
And
sister.
You come pick her up.
No. Where was I? I was probably at home being late. I'm gonna censor her.
I gotta go get some
Yeah, okay.
Daniel, right?
Yes.
I want to come over and say hey before I ring.
Definitely. Yeah.
So, you're U of A girl.
Yeah, I was just about to say bear down. Go Cats, go Cats. And then also,
She's the real U of A alum. She would,
is it family?
yeah, more or less. Since being in Tucson.
But originally from Minnesota.
After you say hi to Daniel, say hi. That's Peyton. Peyton's going to be the star of the show in the next 1 year.
How old is she?
15 months.
15 months? About as old as my niece. So.
Just running around everywhere.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah, it completely altered and changed everything, right?
So, also, some of these guys, you guys need to be
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, actually, I was going to give you a hard time because I did my grad school work up in Wisconsin and Madison. So, I'd say I was going to bring an accent with me so I can come in and just be, I think we've got you guys the last few years on football. Football fans in Minnesota.
all the time.
But yeah, you guys definitely have the upper hand. No, it's good. Good finally getting to see you in person. I really enjoyed your talk. Thank you. Yeah, I love it when people talk about the traveling high. Nobody ever talks about that stuff.
And you know, Matt Grote is really the guy that should have been talking about. He went through about 3 or 4 really difficult nights. He was on my ship in the morning.
Yeah.
That's on his meteorologists.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to seeing your prediction, your outlook. I've got you down as before the 7th or onset, though. I have this sneaky feeling we're going to have another insanely slow July before we just get
It could be a late burst. The thing is that I'm trying to caution everybody that, you know, it's such a wild thing.
It is. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah.
So
that's what just with our with May. It's not so much if you just look at the monsoon ridge. You know, I'm sure you're looking weeks and weeks out. Again, the models are all garbage at this point, but it's still there's no real semblance of our monsoon high really setting up over central Mexico. If you look at I don't know. I just had this sneaky suspicion everything's going to take a little longer to get going, but then we're just going to get pummeled this fall into winter.
how much is the thought process of where the high, where the drought is actually going on? Because the Weather Service down in Tucson is talking about that. And I included in my outlook, and I didn't want to fully say, I don't know if I believe this theory, but, you know, I mean, have you seen...
Well, they're pulling a few Stephen Vegeta, a few researchers did some look at that. So trying to match up, so your driest areas where you're having...
Here, you want to trade? Take coffee cup and let's do this. So there's some research you said is being done.
Yeah, there's a few papers that they're looking at that track that exact kind of thing. So antecedent soil conditions, drought leading to establishment of rates, a good or bad one. So I think that's it.
Is it more research needs to be done? Well, I'm still in the editing process, so I might add a line like, it's not like lock, stock, and barrel.
You know what? I was asked by my chief engineer, he's big time, I have to go around and give everyone, they want a rainfall amount for the summer, and they don't want big wild cards and things like that. They want a percent of normal and all this, so I've already had to give a few talks and the same kind of thing, but I agree with you on there. I think we'll be right around normal, if anything.
It's going to be within that, plus or minus.
Yeah.
So, well, hey, great to meet you.
Definitely. Get out of here. It was nice meeting you. It's nice meeting you. High five, maybe? Can we do a high five?
Oh, you're crazy.
She's like crazy. All right, hey.
I'll catch you on social media. Right?
Oh, of course, always. Yeah, take it easy.
The sound stinks.
See, bud.
You leaving?
I gotta run. We got a lunch date at 3 o'clock with Danielle Lerner from ABC 15. Danielle Lerner.
And also you have a kid.
Yeah, we have kids. You can't be here. Yeah. Brian, nice meeting you. Yeah. Andy, nice to meet you. Thanks for giving me help. Appreciate it.
That was amazing. He was debating whether he should ask it. I'm like, you gotta ask it. If you don't, I'm going to.
Well, it's a good thing. I'm glad you did. So, you can take it. Yeah.
My mom was like, you got undergraduate MBA.
Oh, that's good.
I argue that because it's a master's.
That could be. There's a lot of it.
She said a word yet? You're waiting? She's only 15. Oh boy. I must be like a girl. Little girl. 5 days. She's like 1, 2, 5, 7, 9. I know.
God's country.
In between the 2 legs, 2 girls, 61.
As much hell as I give, we're gonna love you.
We sat there and I was silent. Yeah.
You're not getting some water. Well, this is huge. All I have is this EJ key. He has. Obviously, that's not working.
I spent all the time with
for real thing.
Yeah,
you know, right?
Exactly.
All right. Little one shoe on sunglasses. Great to meet you. Thanks for listening. We'll do it. But you know, Jeff used a MacBook Air as well. I had to get Jeff.
The problem is,
Hi, Brian.
What's
I'm
that?
Leslie.
Oh, Brian, nice to meet you.
You too. I watch you all the time.
Oh.
I'm friends with you on Facebook.
Yeah.
Friends with Jared.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no,
He's gonna take me out. I'm the first person to look at it.
Cool.
I've been bothering him.
No, it's fun. It was nice meeting you. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out. So he has.
Hang out longer? I like how everyone matches stuff. It's kind of cool how things are connected because just a little bit of what I was talking about, like some of the big events, like the show Cloud and Rain, like I really mentioned New River Flood, and then everybody else is like mentioned like Farm Rush. Kind of cool. Drive all out there, a little bit of rain. Straight up. It's like a blue. I mean, it's huge. I mean, I've seen one that looks like a giant balloon that's like 12 feet tall by like, I mean, it's like a huge plane. Yeah. Almost like a parachute. Yeah. I mean, you let it go and it's just going straight. I mean, so it's not like, technically it really should. Yeah. And also have the opportunity. So where is it? You're like, they don't go pick it up. I think they can. I think there's like a pretty good track where people can return it. It's like an address.
This girl in your house. Really?
So, but technically, we launch it from a city.
Is that why they're not launching it?
Well, I think it's much. I think that I bet you they use special ones. Like if we have like a really big, like we use a system, like we don't launch it just to know. I think it's like Phoenix does really good on action. Food and beer.
It seems like they don't like
People send them back. I just think the fact that it goes up.
There are several people who go out.
You should be asking her this. Are you watching this? No, I'm trying not to.
Can't burn is about to just get lit up.
And
actually, they might go severe.
Bohemian when it flash flooded and it was Did it?
Hey, we're getting the witness set up up north.
I see severe. It's just flash flood. Oh, I'm 15 minutes late.
That's higher. Oh, this is.
One of the problems I had to face was the annual focus.
I thought you could buy it because you might go see one. Because they will if you try to go back.
It's got to keep spinning it one direction. Countering the way that they normal.
No, you're not to blend it. I'm glad you're not blending it.
I don't want to be behind though. You guys
So I ended up
Like a mile and a half south of Camelback and a mile and a half away from the Phoenix River. So I'm in that little corridor right there that just lets you gets us storm and rains everything.
yeah. One feature it has like ice when you're doing the angle focus.
You go down
it zooms to details better.
Because I know he would love to do time lapse. I don't think I've ever seen you do time lapse of Flash Flood.
I don't know if it's worth it. It's so fast.
Well, and then we do
fast. Unless you got it from far away. Because like David Rankin, if you follow him, up in southern Utah, he gets it. They're coming down so fast, like you really only have like 10 seconds.
You have to do it with the independent water because of the size and what it carries. It takes a little bit for it to get going. You have to fill all those lakes all the way down. As soon as those are popped up, it just needs a little more water and that thing's running because all the storm drains are tight as opposed right back up. So only if you start north or south. Alright, so you get that base wetness going and it just dumps right up north. Using all say south.
Digital is just using a subset of the picture and blowing it up. Why not just use all the black cloud snow and when you process it later, blow it up?
I hit it at like 3:30 in the morning.
Okay, so when you start, half an hour. Not if you make this camera like that, almost for a bike, just be a telescope.
Really slow, then it's just I think on the planes, they get you so fast, you really only can see a spot. I mean, sometimes, like, it's optimum scale, but a lot of times you'll be different because you need to it just depends on shelf. I didn't even know when it was. Dust storms do that. Well, dust storms actually dust storms. You just never know. That's why I like for a dust storm.
Well, these days all of them do video.
Ladies and gentlemen, Will Wilkins.
Hello. Thank you, Kristen, for inviting me once again for another year here at Monsoon Con. My name is Will Wilkins. I'm from Southern California. I've been chasing for quite a long time. I started primarily chasing a little bit soon after I got out of high school. Living in Southern California, we obviously don't get all the great storms like plains get, you know, or the kind that Arizona gets, but we do get them. And so my passion for weather started when I was in high school, and that's what caught my attention was the monsoons, because I lived close enough to the mountain ranges when the storms formed and they came off the mountains into the valley where I lived. That's when my fascination started. So I've been doing this a long time. It just hasn't. It's just been probably in the last 10 years where I really took my passion for weather to another level, where instead of just seeing a storm and driving into it and getting cold and being happy that it's raining on me, I wanted to really get more into the and figure out, you know, why everything, you know, why does the monsoon, you know, why does it do what it does and create storms and affect the area and whatever. So, having said that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a video that I created from last season's monsoon season. And I call it Chasing the Monsoon. And it's just kind of a quick summary of of what happened last year, and then I'll talk a little bit more about everything else in the presentation. So hopefully this will work. I had to link this up to YouTube, so now it's spinning. I apologize for this. I don't know what's going on.
Love you, man. It's okay.
It's like it was working when it was sitting over when I was sitting at the desk, and now it's just saying, yeah, that's screw you. So, apologize for this. So let's see here.
I know it was here last year. I'm pretty sure. could move it over, but
So what I'm going to do is go to my website here, and let's see, I'll run the video from here. This is my website, by the way.
it's not helping a whole lot.
Apologize
Still
for
there.
this.
Still good.
There we go.
Don't worry about it. Yeah. Will. Goes down.
I had struggled with this Wi-Fi today. It was working great, and all of a sudden...
Okay, click on Gangplank. There you go.
Yeah, technology.
FTW.
All right, now, hopefully, we got audio. No audio. What in the world is going on?
On your laptop, it's not doing it?
No.
Wow. Is it muted on your laptop? Turn up the sound on your laptop. Anything.
I love it. The silent film.
Silent Will. And put your mic. Yeah. Here a little bit. Hey.
Full screen. There you go.
Wildebeest!
I hope you enjoyed that. It was not the time lapses aren't as good as Mike's or Brian's.
Whatever,
but,
dude. Good.
You know, I tried to do my best and what limitations that I have. So anyway, moving forward, just real quick personal background so I can move ahead. I got a lot to discuss. So I'm native of Southern California, living in Lake Elsinore. Originally, I was trying to attempt a degree in geology, but I switched to IT, and that's been my forte since. I first began chasing in 1984, so been around a little while. During monsoon season, I stepped my chasing around 2001. I began live streaming in 2008 with Severe Studios, and then now streaming with TVN Weather. And my first planes chase, ironically, didn't happen until 2009 because of you know, personal challenges and things like that. So, moving forward, my first planes trip rewarded me with this tornado in Haskell County, Kansas. Whoops. I hear something in the background. Let me close that. That was, I guess that was a video that was going, so anyway. Sorry for all the little challenges here. So this was my first tornado, and I was in Haskell County, Kansas on June 14, 2009. At the same exact time that I was taking this photo, Sean Casey and the TIV team were passing me on highway, I think it's 164 that goes out through Kansas and into Colorado. And at that moment they passed me, they were filming for the show, and there's me standing next to my SUV taking a picture of that tornado. So, you know, if you look back, it's the exact scene. So, kind of neat, good to see me on TV. So anyway, here's my thing. Monsoon in Southern California. What is the monsoon? We all know what it is. How does it affect Southern California? Well, the season is early July through late September. We've got several zones that get affected. We've got the Mojave Desert, also known as the high desert, the Colorado Desert, which is the low desert, mainly Imperial County, and a part of San Diego County. The transverse and southern mountain ranges, and the Inland Empire region, which is the area just to the east of the Los Angeles Basin. The triggers of the monsoon in Southern California, we all know that the Four Corners High brings the moisture in from Mexico, and that's the synoptic scale event that you know, is part of the monsoon. But at the mesoscale, we've got easterly waves that come in, that come down on the southern end of that Four Corners High, and it gets drawn into Southern California. And at the microscale, we've got conversion zones that are set around the area, and I'll touch on those in just a moment. Of course, you know, the usual weather modes, you know, lightning, hail, flash floods, microbursts, funnel clouds, and occasional landscape tornadoes and dust storms. We occasionally get dust storms. You saw a sample of it in my video, which was in eastern San Bernardino County. So I got a little map here that kind of shows the area that is usually not talked about a lot, because we all think that Arizona is the only place that gets affected by the monsoon. But you know, Nevada and usually the eastern half of California gets affected. And I drew this line because there's like a demarcation. There's like a demarcation zone where the monsoon just doesn't seem to like push farther to the west because of geographic boundaries. And the boundaries is the mountain ranges. So you got the transverse mountain ranges here, then you've got the Santa Rosa and San Jacinto Mountain Range here, the Tehachapi Mountains, and then of course the Sierra Nevada backbone going all the way to Northern California, where the Cascade Ranges. So, and everything shaded here is generally where the monsoon is more prolific. Of course, the moisture comes in through the southeasterly flow into this area. This area depicts where monsoon storms have a very difficult time trying to form, because you get a strong inversion cap in central California and in the Los Angeles Basin west of the mountains. So that cap just kills everything that tries to go in. Plus, you also have the cool maritime air that prevents the infiltration of the moisture along the coastal zone. So even though the moisture is trying to move west of the mountains, the push of the marine air is much stronger because it's so hot inland. That's like a vacuum effect, and it's pulling that cool marine air in, and it's like a battle, and it can't do it. But there are exceptions, and I'll touch base on it. Here's a little closer view of the same map, but just a little bit closer. And then this map is just showing the terrain or the region that I chase. It's mainly the Mojave Desert and some areas east of Los Angeles Basin. So I just threw that just a closer view. Now this area right here is called the Inland Empire region, and I'm going to touch a little bit on this, why this area is very special. The Inland Empire is described as the area just east of Los Angeles and Orange counties, and it's a large valley area that is like a transition zone between the coastal area and the hotter desert area. And so that area is kind of special because when monsoon flow gets very strong, this area will get affected with some pretty good storm activity. The conversion zones that I talked about, this was created from a gentleman, D. Murray, I think his name is, and he figured out where all the conversion zones are. And the Elsinore conversion zone is very, very well known and very, very heavily studied. The El Mirage convergence zone is another one that's not very studied, but very much, but it is a very strong convergence boundary that creates a lot of severe storm activity. Then you get these smaller convergence areas between the mountain ranges. This is the San Jacinto and Santa Rosa Mountains that stretches down into the mountain ranges down in Baja. And there's these, because of faulting and other type of geologic features, it creates these gaps in the mountains, and so it creates these little convergence zone boundaries within that aid in very, very, very strong thunderstorm activity during monsoon events. So, moving forward, the Elsinore convergence zone. It's just real quick, it's formed at the geographical meeting point of westerly and northwesterly onshore winds from the LA Basin and the Santa Ana River Valley, and the southerly sea breezes from the San Diego County coastal plain, San Luis River Valley. And that convergence boundary, it drifts, it goes north and south. If you go back to that map that I showed, and I'm going to show you another map that has a line, but it'll drift back and forth depending on how strong the flows are. So here's a general description of where the general area of where the boundary is. It goes from Lake Elsinore, where it gets its name from, goes all the way up. There's a town here called Yucaipa, and then you draw a line literally straight from that. And this area right here is where the greatest potential of storms will occur during the right moments. I won't read through this, a lot of stuff here, but there's the favorable parameters for the ECZ, which the Elsinore Convergence Zone is known as. You need a low-level onshore flow coming from the sea breezes. You need a broad monsoonal flow at the mid and upper levels coming out of the southeast. Plus, you need clearing skies, of course, enabling surface heating. These three things combined together is the ideal conditions to great thunderstorm activity in that area. Moderately easterly winds in the mid-levels is also another one, because since, depending on the position of the Four Corners High, if the Four Corners High is a little bit farther to the north than usual, what happens is that we'll get more of an easterly, Southern California will get more of an easterly flow. And that is actually much more favorable because it just becomes a lot stronger. So what happens when the Elsinore Convergence Zone fires? You get storms like this. This is over Riverside on October 29th, 2013. I don't have any radar data for this because I didn't have any time to collect all that, but this was over downtown Riverside, and I was on, if you look at the classic planes chasing thinking, I was in the clear slot of this, because this was a rotating mini supercell. This was an actual supercell over Riverside on this date. It created this wall cloud. It had a beautiful RFD cut, as you can see right there. Had the RFD coming in the back this way. That rain core that you see right there dropped 6 inches of rain in 20 minutes. It flooded downtown Riverside and UC Riverside, and there was something like a weather station at UC Riverside, I think, recorded like 85-mile-an-hour winds out of that, and it toppled trees all over the area. So this was a very strong storm, and I happened to be right there. A town called Paris, which you saw on that map to the northwest of Elsinore, is a real good hotspot for storm development. And so this storm formed the next day on August 30th. It actually started out like this, and this little feature right here, which we see a lot in the storms, it actually began to rotate. And I'm going to show a real quick video after that. Here's a close-up shot of it. So, technically, I call this a wall cloud because it's exactly what it looked like to me. As the storm began developing, actually there was another storm just to the east of Paris that actually merged with this one you just saw, and this wall cloud began to lower and began to spin. And I got a video of it that I'd like to show real of that day, of that event. So. This is me driving into Paris right now. You can see the wall right there, upper right. Is that a wall cloud or a shelf cloud? Check. Watch it a little more. I'm debating it too, but it gets pretty dramatic. Starts out as a little mini shelf. You can see if you watch that, if you watch it, you'll start to see the rotation right there. And then it includes, and then it gets covered in rain. You can't see anymore. So that was an interesting day. So now, last year, same exact location as that Riverside picture that you saw. I was in exactly the same parking lot, the same spot, and the same exact thing happened. And this was amazing. Took a set of pictures. Of course, the rotation started to get a little bit more defined. You can see the cut going right here. And you can see the same, not as intense rain that day, but the structure was beautiful. And in the video that I just played a few minutes ago, my little intro video, I've got time-lapse of that. But I'm going to show a little bit better time-lapse. And then, of course, as everything was beginning to occlude, the definition of the storm was just really dramatic. And it just blew me away just to see this, especially in... Is that full screen? Anyway, so this is me coming up on the storm. I'm on the good side. Got some good visibility now, so now I'll be able to sure if anything interesting happens. So, showing the best structure. I could just look up at it right about there. Okay. There goes there's the spin.
Nice.
What radar were you using?
Santa Ana radar, KSOS. And now this thing cycled several times. It kept occluding, and then another one would spin, then it would occlude, and then another one. So several times it kept doing this. And there's some anticyclonic on the left-hand side. There's some anticyclonic rotation as well, which is pretty amazing. And I'm looking toward the northwest. So you can see the anticyclonic rotation right there. And then let's see that again. So what I did was I got it back and forth so you can actually see the rotation much clearer. So I go back. So I'm going to leave it up to Corbin and Trey to figure out why a tornado or a landslide didn't form out of this. So, do your research, let me know. Okay, so anyway, so there's that. And let's go back to the presentation real quick.
Quick question. In history, has there been any touchdown tornadoes there?
Yes, there has. More in Paris. So let me see here. I'm going to try to. Is this slideshow so I can go? Okay, so going forward, I'm going to move forward to. I'm running out of time. Darn it. The next convergence zone, I'm going to rush really fast here so I don't bleed over in anybody else's time. The other convergence zone I was talking about was the El Mirage convergence zone. And this is the high desert north of LA. The San Gabriel Mountains are right here. There's a pass right here called Cajon Pass. There's a pass here called Soledad Pass. Convergence zone lines itself up from a town called Phelan. It goes usually between Barstow and a town called Boron. And what happens is that you get the low-level onshore flow through those passes there, and you get the monsoon flow, and it creates that convergence, and then you get the storms. And this is what happens. You get storms like this along the El Mirage. These things are amazing. I mean, it's like if you know that El Mirage is going to go, just find a place and wait, and this stuff happens. It's just absolutely dramatic. Here's another one. I got another video, but I don't know if I have time to show it. On July 20th, that was August 18th, I think. This is July 22nd. Now these were supercells that formed along the northern part of the convergence boundary. This created a wall cloud. That was pretty amazing. I had never seen anything like this. I thought it was in the plains when I was coming on this, and I got a video of that, but I don't have time to show it now. So at 2014, at a glance, some of my favorite pictures. I took this one at Victorville. This was like, I think it was Beamish was talking about July 4th being the onset of the monsoon. July 4th, Southern California, exactly the same. 3 years in a row, July 4th was the day where it began in Southern California. This was a wall cloud that rotated briefly. There was I don't have the radar data, but there was a couplet, and there was a little bit of little thing pulling in and doing exactly what they usually do. And I got a picture of that. Here was the haboob over at Amboy on July 8th. I came across this just by chance. Happened to be on I-40 heading east toward Needles, and I got to, I think it was Kell Baker Road, and I looked over and I saw this thing coming, and I couldn't believe my eyes. So I got down on Kell Baker Road, was heading toward Amboy, pulled over, and this was amazing. It was my first haboob. This thing was approximately about 3,000 feet high. It's hard to see, but this mountain range right there, the desert floor is about 2,000 feet here, and that's about 4,000 feet, that peak over there. And the haboob is coming up like this, and so we're looking at probably about from ground level to here, probably about about 3,000 feet, and that haboob enveloped that mountain. It just completely just ate it up and covered it. So it was pretty amazing to see. Next, same day, a small pancake shelf had formed right at sunset. It was the most gorgeous thing. This picture is only slightly processed just to try to get the details out. But the colors were pretty close to this. It was pretty dramatic. Another little feature here, lowering featured over Palm Springs. Got some inflow coming in here. Another little lowering right here. This thing did not rotate, but it looked pretty amazing. Here's another shot of the El Mirage convergence zone on the 12th of August. Storms firing along the same thing. The storms weren't as big that day, but it just shows how they do form. Pretty much in the same exact spot where I was in those other pictures. Now here's a shelf cloud that formed over Desert Center on the 21st. This was amazing because to be honest with you, I never paid attention to shelves because I really had never seen any in Southern California, but for some reason, last year was just amazing. I was seeing stuff that I'd never seen before, and this shelf was one of them. Here's another shot of the shelf a few minutes later. So it wasn't really deep. It was very high base. I'm thinking this thing was about 12,000 feet. It was just, it was way up there, but it was very, very, very dramatic. This was, you've seen this in the video, this was a wet microburst coming down off of the cell just near Blythe. Here's another scene a few minutes later of that same wet microburst. And here, okay, I'm going to touch base a few minutes on this. I think I got a couple of minutes left here. Near Blythe, actually, this is not Blythe. This is actually near Desert Center. I got the date. I got the location wrong. A little further west. This took me a few days, if not a week, to try to determine whether this was a land spout or not. And I actually pissed off a couple of people because anyway, it was just an emotional thing for me trying to figure this out. Andy Holland knows what I'm talking about. Mike knows what I'm talking about. Because we were in this debate, and we did finally, after about a week, determine that this was really a land spout. And I feel bad because I never reported this to the Phoenix office because I just, at the moment, just wasn't sure. But I'll show you how we determined that it was one. You look, panning back, there was a tower that was forming in this area, and I was 10 miles out seeing this. I could see it, and I triangulated my position. This thing from where I was on Interstate 10, that's 5 miles away. So the thing was massive. The tube is going up about here. It disappears because there's not enough dust that's making it to the top to make it visible. But it was there, and eventually what happens is, as I pan back out, here's the base. This is the updraft tower, the developing thunderstorm. There was actually other thunderstorms in the area, but this was a developing thunderstorm, so the updraft was pretty solid right here, and you see it starting to stretch. It's pulling up into it. So I'm sitting there and I'm going, okay, at some point, I'm looking at my video, and I'm not taking pictures because I'm just in awe of this thing. I'm looking at my video, I finally found the nipple. There it is. And I pan my camera up, and there's the freaking nipple. And I determined that the tube is like this. And I play the video back, and there it is. So even though it's not a digital, it's from my video, it's a screen grab from my video, but when you watch the video, you don't see the nipple there till a few minutes later, and I pan the camera, and there it is. So, it's still subjective, but it is what it is. Here's some other pictures from years ago, July 15, 2012, a wet microburst that was pretty dramatic at sunset. Beautiful cell near Barstow, looking north toward Fort Irwin. Just this storm was amazing. It lasted like 7 hours. I chased it all across the desert. Helendale, California, on the 3rd of 2013, September. Beautiful sunset. Positive lightning stroke off of the September 11th cell on the Mojave National Preserve, just south of I-15. One of my favorite lightning pictures near Essex, which is just 40 miles west of Needles. Some Mammatus, which we don't see this very often in Southern California, but this was a day that just blew my mind. And this was over the Coachella Valley. So really dramatic stuff. Funnel cloud over Yucaipa. This is the north side of Elsinore conversion zone. So to answer the gentleman's question, yes, this does happen, and this was one of those days. they had that. And now this one didn't touch down. Now this was a land spout near Paris, and I got this one, September 9, 2009. I watched this thing start at the bottom and stretch all the way up and attach to the cloud level. I got video of it. But in National Weather Service out of San Diego confirmed it as a land spout tornado. And so we got another confirmed land spout tornado on the 18th of August 2013, the day of the 213. I don't know what that is. In Hellendale, California, this was reported and confirmed, and I got on it on the north side, and you can see this was just from my video because I was in a bad position, but I was able to get at least that much out of it. The transition event, wall cloud over Kingman. This was at the end of Kingman's experience before everything moved south toward Wickenburg and Phoenix that day. Christian, how much time?
Yeah, you're 5 minutes over, man, but you're good. Wrap it up.
Can I have another 5 minutes just real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, because I wanted to show something. So, there's the shelf cloud that was on Highway 71, just west of US 93. I got that one. Beautiful, beautiful shelf coming in, a little closer shot of it. And there's me trying to get this on US 93 north of Wickenburg. What I wanted to show was, real quick, I just want to end this with this video real quick. And I apologize if I'm going a little bit over, but I just really want to share this. This was the transition event on the 27th, and this was my interception of this beautiful wall cloud and stuff that came over in US 93. So enjoy. I got it. Gotta show this. So you got it. Looks like I got a wall cloud.
What month was this?
Try to get a little closer. September 27th, the transition event. That's good.
That's good.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I was highly emotional, so bear with me. This was the same cell that dropped the tornado in Prescott about 40 minutes later. It's getting redrop. It's getting redrop, guys. It's getting redrop.
Do it.
It's getting redrop. Yeah, I'm a little excited.
Back up.
A little excited. Watch that area very closely on the point. It's uncut, so you'll be able to see the whole. Just watch how it evolves and works. It's pretty amazing. I couldn't believe I was watching this in Arizona. Usually see this stuff in the plains.
mean a Will Wilkins?
Watch this area right here start to warm. It's gonna drop, guys. It's gonna drop. Well, you get the gist of it. So anyway, this thing, basically what happened was it kind of ran it cycled out, but about 30 minutes later, this whole cell moved up into the Prescott area, up into the mountains, and dropped a confirmed tornado in the forest area just south of Prescott. So I was happy I was on this, and I was happy that I saw this, but kind of bummed out that I didn't get to see that tornado. But Corbin had told me he was up there, and he said that he was on it and couldn't actually see the tornado. So it was probably a good thing I didn't go after it. So anyway, I will end it right here, and I thank you all for giving me the time to be here and having me share my stuff with you. All right,
Keep
let me
it
stop
going.
this. We'll go from there.
Anyone see it?
I'm sorry?
I think
Did
to the
anyone see it?
Well,
Because
there
I was
were-
out by Prescott and I ran out of rope. There was literally nowhere to go.
I think it was in the mountains,
I was
in the
curious if
trees.
anyone saw it.
I think, from what I understand, is that there weren't any actual visual sightings of that tornado, but there was damage, and the survey damage from the National Weather Service basically confirmed that the tornado was there. So anyway, that's it for me. Thank you for. Thank you. I hope if I had another hour, I'd be able to show a lot more, but maybe next year. So thank you very much.
picture will be 3 days.
Just for Will.
All right, Snyder Meister. Brian Snyder will be speaking next, in a couple of seconds. Yeah, that.
Actually, you know what? It might work. This one.
I'll send you something. Whatever.
Before I had this was kind of five. They gave me a bargain on the other side. I had one of those quote comic ones. Like this has exactly.
Seriously?
All right, everyone. Brian Snyder.
First off, I want to thank Christian for having me out again. Awesome to be able to speak to a bunch of weather enthusiasts, storm chasers, and you name it. So, apologize if I have to turn my back to you guys, but I guess I have to click this way. Anyways, my name is Brian Snyder. I've lived in the Phoenix area for about, going on, I think 8 years now. And I moved here from Missouri. And anyways, I'm going to talk to you today about something, a little phrase I call light is my only boundary. Now you might think, what does that have to do with storm chasing? Well, it actually has a lot to do with storm chasing. It has a lot to do with photography. But the way I came up with this phrase was one day I was sitting at my computer and I was editing photos, and then next thing you know, I see this light shining in, almost kind of like in the movie Indiana Jones. And my dog's laying on the other side of this boundary of light. And I go, light is my dog's boundary right there. And so kind of got that phrase that we're going to expand on today. So what is light? Obviously we have light all around us. It's something that personally I don't think a lot about. We have the sun, you get outside, the sun's there, you flip on a switch, light's there. But let's look at some definitions. According to Oxford Dictionary, it says it's the natural agent that stimulates sight and makes things visible. I wasn't a big fan of that definition because it's pretty college level in a lot of ways. I like things pretty simple. So I went to good old Webster and I looked it up again and I said, what is light? And they say it's the form of energy that makes it possible to see things. So what is the importance of light in photography? Well, it's actually a really simple answer. Without light, photography is not possible at all. So let's take a look at some light in photos. Obviously, light right here is lighting up the high desert. You got a nice shelf cloud on the bottom, or excuse me, just above the horizon, almost looks like almost two. Rainbow, which is the bending of light. The rain shaft / the dust getting kicked up is visible because of light. Right here you got a perfect example of light in a very colorful form. You got light reflecting off Tempe Town Lake. But the cool thing about photography is that cameras can see light in unique ways that our eyes can't necessarily always see. For example, we can see the bolt of lightning, but a camera can capture that light and harness it for years. A camera is also like a sponge. It can absorb the light. It can pull the light from the Milky Way. This is up in Sedona where you can just faintly see the Milky Way with the naked eye. And I was actually with my buddy Chris Fraley when I took this shot. You can just barely see it. We just knew barely where to point our cameras. But after you take the exposure, boom, the Milky Way is just bright and colorful. Cameras can also capture light in a very unique way. This is called light painting right here. And basically this is a bunch of photos kind of stacked onto each other, but this shows up light in a way that our eyes can't see. This is the busy airspace above Phoenix. You got lots of planes coming into the airport. And so it's almost able to record light in a very, very unique way. So oftentimes people say, okay, you got these awesome images right here. What kind of camera do you use? Because I want to take pictures like that. Well, the answer is actually several cameras. This is a photo I shot down in Maricopa just a few weeks ago. And I shot this with my iPhone, just an iPhone 5S. Another camera that I use, this one right here. I shot this about a month ago in Branson, Missouri at a butterfly house. And I shot that with just a few $100 point-and-shoot camera. I also use this camera, which is one I captured a rainbow up in Sedona, just after the storm passed by. And I shot this with a multi-$1,000 professional camera. So there's lots of cameras that I use. But oftentimes people ask that question because they want to go out and get a camera that is going to take just awesome photos. So they'll go out and spend thousands of dollars hoping that that will create the awesome photo. And to kind of get an example of my answer to that, let's think about, or take a trip back in history. And think if you were standing right there with Michelangelo. Would we walk up to Michelangelo and go, hey, what kind of paintbrush did you use to paint that? And the reality is I think Michelangelo would look at us and say, it's not the paintbrush so much, it's a lot more. And so that's something that I want to talk about for a second. But yeah, you look at the Sistine Chapel right there, that's just phenomenal. It's absolutely incredible to see a site like that. So what is the origins of a photographer? What's the origins of an artist, so to speak? Well, when I thought about it, creating this presentation, the first thing that came to mind is natural talent. I think somebody like Michelangelo was just born to be an artist. He was born to paint the Sistine Chapel. Another thing, and by the way, I did not have natural talent to be a photographer at all. You guys should see the first pictures I took for a class in high school. I got pulled into the teacher's office and it was not pretty.
Interesting.
So I wanted to learn something. I had the desire to learn something. So another origin of a photographer is maybe you have a little bit of natural talent, but you practice. You practice, practice, practice. And maybe if I painted a lot of times, I'd be able to, if I practice painting, I might be able to paint better than I can now. But another thing that I think influences inspiration. I've been surrounded by like that teacher that really inspired me to get into videography at a very young age. And out of high school, I was working at a TV station. So there's lots of inspiration to get you out there. But also passion. Passion is something that's within you. Just because you don't know about the passion right now doesn't mean that something along the way, whether it's natural talent, practice, or inspiration, might help you discover that passion. But the other day I was up on South Mountain and I was listening to these people having a conversation. I actually heard this quote for the first time and I thought, man, that is awesome. Passion is the one thing experience can't teach. And a lot of us in here are passionate about weather. And if somebody asks you, why are you passionate? Well, you just are. You just can't really explain why. Maybe it was something at a young age that influenced you or whatever, but really it's the passion that's brought out. And that's something I can't teach you. I can't teach you to be passionate about weather if you're not. But I can teach you techniques to help you improve your photography. The first thing is composition. Composition is basically how you point your camera. If you're out there, taking a storm picture this year, think for a second, am I pointing my camera in the best part of this storm? Or am I pointing to where it's the most, going to be the best position to put my camera? Too many times, not with just storm chasing, but especially like if I'm at touristy spots like the Grand Canyon, I'll see people walk up to the Grand Canyon and go, wow, this is awesome. And they'll start taking pictures randomly over here, even though the sun's like right in their camera's lens. And so just think about your composition, but also one of the biggest tips I can give you just to really help with your photography is, what is your subject? If your subject is the storm, make that be most of your photo. Don't make it the landscape in front of it. Make the storm your biggest subject in that photo. It should take up most of your space. Or like in a sunset, the sunset should take up. Don't be afraid to ask questions. I think the photography community, the storm chasing community, is definitely open to people just asking questions. We all help each other out. We all are willing to take questions. But even then, don't be afraid to just ask somebody in an email or call them up and just say, hey, can you help me with this? Don't be afraid to go manual. A lot of you guys have cameras out there that you could shoot, storms with, but don't be afraid to go manual. It took me years to figure out how to use a DSLR camera, even though I knew how to use video cameras. I mean, that's the honest truth. But once I went manual and I started playing with the settings and going, okay, I'm going to take a picture of this leaf. I'm going to take a picture of it 10 times and figure out what these dials are doing every time I adjust it. Slowly and surely, after practice and different things, I was able to figure out what the settings meant. Another big one is embrace your work. Don't try to set your expectation to, think, I need to be like so-and-so. Value your work, because the more you value your work, the more you're going to want to go out and practice it, the more you're going to want to take photos, the more you're going to want to learn, the more you're going to be inspired. So embrace and value your work, and I think that will set your work to new levels. Read. There are lots of blogs, lots of magazines, and lots of free information out there that can teach you how to, whether it's learning how to take a lightning photo or learning how to just take a photo in zero. Read, 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 read. Google will be your best friend. Don't be afraid to be artistic. A lot of photographers develop their own style, just like artists do. If you've taken any art history class and stuff like that, people would object to art at different periods in time, saying that doesn't look real, or that doesn't, impressionism, that you don't have like a really realistic looking image. And art can be whatever you want it to be. There's no real boundaries to it. And don't be afraid to share your work on social media. That's where you're going to get a lot of feedback from people that are going to help you become a better photographer. And if you notice, I have an acronym, which I love acronyms as a pilot, that spells cameras. So the next thing I'm going to talk about is why I'm passionate about photographing Arizona. I love to explore. I've lived in the state for about 7 years, and it seems like every time I go out and just go down a road I'm not familiar with, next thing you know, I come across awesome places, or even familiar places like the Grand Canyon there. And the more you get out and explore, the more you get to just enjoy the beautiful landscapes we have out here. The beauty out here is, I've lived in 4 states, and I think there's beauty in every state, but out here, it's just incredible, the beauty we have. One of my favorite reasons I like to go out and photograph Arizona is partly inspirational, is it seems like every time I'm on an airplane, I'm talking to somebody, and they're like, hey, where are you from? Well, I live in Phoenix. And they look at me and they're like, why in the world do you want to live there? It's just a hot, dry desert. Well, every time I've been told that, that's inspiration to basically prove those people wrong, in a very friendly way, I guess. But another landscape is a buddy of mine. We have lunch a lot, and he one time told me, he said, Brian, go out and find landscapes that happen to have weather. And that really has sank into me over the years. It's helped me get better composition. It's helped me in some ways, I think, to be a better storm chaser, to, hey, this storm's not that photogenic, so I'm going to drive a little bit further down the road and try to find a more photogenic part of the storm. And that's awesome, or that's something awesome about chasing in Arizona. In some ways, these storms are very slow moving, so you have time to kind of move around it if you're quick enough. Now, on the other hand, you have the time going against you because these storms often are very short-lived. So this is a very inspiring quote, but it's also one that, it can take some time. But finally, the reason we're all here today is my passion for Arizona weather. A lot of us love weather, whatever it's storm chasing or photographing or just observing weather. For me, it's my passion for Arizona weather. And a photo like this means a lot more to me than maybe a big massive thunderstorm. And the reason why is it's a landscape. It happens to have weather in it. It's weather in its simplest form. Now, normally I was going to play a video here, but I don't think it's going to work. I'm going to try. I had to move this over. It doesn't like it. So I pulled it up. Hang on, guys, real quick. Thanks for bearing with me, guys. That touched. Okay, so it's playing, I don't know if the sound, yeah, the sound's not going to come through. Anyways, this is a trailer on my website. You can go to briansnyder.com/films. And this year I'm tackling a huge task of going out and trying to shoot a full-length documentary. And this documentary is basically supposed to go out and just kind of capture what I'm passionate about, kind of find my roots as a storm chaser again, and just get back to basics in a sense. Find that, you know, the weather in its simplest form. Right now, if you watch the trailer, I'm talking about how I just love seeing weather in a very simple form. You know, a perfect example like this, there's not a whole lot of weather, but it's just a single isolated thunderstorm at sunset with a little bit of lightning in it. I just want to go out and excuse me, find weather like this. So if you want to see the full trailer, which actually right there is kind of cool, there's a little bit of the gustnado right in front of the sunset, which is kind of cool. I just love seeing stuff like this. It's just awesome. So I'll go ahead and skip out of this and back to the PowerPoint, but if you want to watch it, briansnyder.com/film, so you can see the whole narration. I always love that. Okay, so one thing I want to talk about is as a storm chaser, you know, you go out and chase, or even just a weather enthusiast, you need to have your personal boundaries in a sense, at least in my opinion. And part of that is so you can be safe. Now I'm going to say something right here, and I'm going to go ahead and raise my hand, and I will be the first to admit, I've texted and driven before. But I'm going to challenge all you guys, because I promised my wife this year that I'm not going to do that anymore, because I want to be able to keep doing this for years. So I challenge all you guys to not do that as well. Find a comfort zone. Just because one chaser may be doing something else, if you're not comfortable doing it, don't do it. You shouldn't be out, which just goes back to safety. If you've never chased before, I hope this inspires you guys to get into, you know, maybe storm chasing some, but don't do it. Just get in your car and start chasing if you don't know what you're doing. There's a lot of dangers out there. Storm chasing has its inherent dangers, but you need to get familiar with what that is, and if you don't know what that is, then obviously you shouldn't be out. But I can highly recommend starting with going to National Weather Service spotter classes, basic and advanced. which they have in the springtime. They've already had all theirs this year, so next year you just want to look for those. But, what's that? Oh, cool. But get that comfort zone. I have my comfort zone. There's certain situations where I won't chase a storm, and there's certain situations that I will. And then constantly hold yourself accountable to that. Situational awareness. A bunch of us chasers were talking about this exact topic last night. When you chase, know how to get out of where you're at. So let's say you're pulled off somewhere. Know where your exit is. Know where another exit might be. If you cross a river to get to where you're chasing, understand that that may be flooded at some time. And what really helps situational awareness is when you're chasing with somebody else. They can maybe navigate for you and look at the radar while you can focus on driving and stuff like that. So I think that helps. But best of all, have fun. You know, if you're not having fun doing this, then maybe you need to look at something else, because this should be something, you know, that you enjoy and have fun. And then as far as photography boundaries, well, for me, light is my only boundary. That's it. You have a question?
Yeah, two questions, sort of the same question.
Sure.
What are things for you then that you wouldn't do, or examples of situations where you said, I'm just not going to go there?
That's actually a really good question. First off, this is my boundary, so this is not a blanket statement for everybody. For me, there's certain situations with lightning that I am absolutely terrified of lightning, as everybody should probably be. But there are situations where I will just sit in the car and watch the storm from the car because it's just too close. I'm not going to risk myself getting struck by lightning. And I couldn't tell you an actual distance. It's more of just a comfort zone that I feel in like my gut. Another example is, you know, there's a lot of chasers out there, and I respect them, that like to be as close as they can to like a tornado out on the plains. They're a lot more experienced than me. I have no business being there, you know, in situations like that. And so that's my personal boundary. Then one more I'll share is, you know, in places like the plains, I'm not going to go out there and chase by myself. That's just not going to happen. That's my boundary. There's a lot of people that do, and that's okay. But for me, I'm not comfortable doing it, so I shouldn't push myself to do that. And you said you had one more question? Okay. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Where it's other than lightning, when you get your lightning shots, you do it just long exposure and hope something comes, or do you use lightning triggers?
I actually use a little bit of both. For me, there's, you know, when you shoot one exposure right after another, you know, there's a more likelihood you're not going to miss a bolt, unless it's between, you know, exposures. But sometimes at night I will use a trigger or a camera, whatever they call it, camera capturing device, light capturing, whatever it is. And the reason for that is because maybe I'm getting towards the end of a memory card and I don't want it to, you know, get on there. Or also maybe I'm being a little lazy. I know I'm going to have a long night that night, so I don't want to sort through a bunch of blank photos. But it goes back to, for me, it's just, I spend a lot of time, like with lightning especially, looking at the landscape, finding that composition I want, and letting that bolt be where I want it to be. Because if it doesn't strike there, then I don't have a lightning shot. So, anybody? Yes, sir.
I'm getting ready to try to become a red dot on TVN. Is there anything that you could recommend for me to set up a camera on my dash and what I'm going to need to do that? Could you touch on that a little bit?
I personally use web cameras. I try to keep it as simple as possible, but if you're, you know, probably the best advice I can give for somebody, you know, looking to stream is make sure you're very comfortable storm chasing, because streaming is very distracting in a lot of ways. It can take away situational awareness. So I would make sure you're very comfortable with that, and then if so, try to simplify the setup that you have, so that you minimize, you know, technical difficulties and stuff like that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is more or less a statement to everybody in here, as opposed to a question. You said some different words like share and ask questions. I have found in the past, I've been doing it for like 45 years, but there's some photographers that you ask them a question, well, I've been doing this a long time, and figure it out, you know? You need to go and answer people's questions. You know, just because you're more intelligent or you're a better photographer, or there's a certain scene that you captured and somebody asks you, how did you get that? Well, you need to go and divulge that information, because that's how we all grow.
Sure, I think that's a great statement right there. And it almost echoes, you know, why we're all here. We are a community of weather enthusiasts. We can share. I know that at times, you know, I can't answer, you know, every email for myself, and that can be difficult. But my advice to you or anybody that, you know, would feel that way is find somebody that will, because I believe there's people out there. I've been mentored. I know that I've mentored other people before, and so if you're not, you know, getting help from somebody, try somebody else, because I tend to think eventually you'll find somebody. Anybody else? Well, thank you, Christian, again for having me. Appreciate it. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I'm Windows illiterate, so. Yeah. But I think you're right. You did great. Thank you. I didn't do it.
No, man, you're good. All right. You're good. We are launching Kim, our next speaker, at 4:35. So talk amongst yourselves, get loose, stretch them bones, legs, and back forward.
Maybe everybody will leave. I won't be in so bad. I'll stay
reflecting it.
That's what one thing that always about lighting.
Yeah.
Sorry. This watches us and how close that is to and at night, and the daytime it's not like beautiful. Once the sun starts setting and it starts lighting, because I'm in hot for people.
Yeah.
And now I think it's going to be
Yeah, I know people.
well understand. You get all the red dots.
Oh, you're not. One thing I was thinking of, I think I don't have
No, I thought
oh, this thing
They just took out all the buildings.
Okay, we're almost done.
That McDonald's is full of people.
Yeah.
Greg and I were driving home. We didn't right. We knew it. But then it well, this year I'm
Let's go together. I already told my boss that.
Yeah, I used to drive a bigger vehicle.
Well, I don't like.
Understandable.
All right. Our next speaker is Storm Chaser Ken Pointer.
All right, my man, take it away. Thanks, Christian. Like you said, my name is Ken Pointer, and I have been storm chasing for a long time, started when I was a teenager. I was born in 1960, that makes me 55 years old. And, well, like a lot of people in this room, I'm sure, you know, have an addiction. And, you know, it's tornado addiction. I know the street term, they call it twister, finger of God, trailer trasher, wedge, you know, let's call it what it is. I'm addicted to tornadoes. Who the hell here to get that? Now, Christian, where you? Oh, I understand that if I accept the help from this intervention that's being offered, I'll be able to, in April, go to more and all expenses paid to their little recovery center out there next year. So, April 1st for 90 days, all expenses there. Yeah. Appreciate God. You're good with trailer trasher, wedge. I know a lot of people do what it is. I'm going to give you help with tornadoes. But how many of you seen the movie Twister? I understand. Never. Okay. That movie is kind of my life. You remember Helen Hunt? It's Joe. When she was a little girl, out there, a tornado ripped her father out of the storm cellar, you know, April 1st, and then she became addicted. Well, it's true. And when you are a small person, a child, there's a little window that a traumatic event will become an obsession later in life. Okay. Well, me and my twin brother, I didn't have a twin brother. It's kind of my life. I had two older brothers, and my mom and dad had a mobile home trailer park, which of course is a tornado magnet. And we just sat down and ate supper one night when a tornado came through and completely leveled our trailer park. My parents, a small person, sweat and tears, but so, you know, after that, I was terrified of anything that sounded like a tomato, tornado, or anything, because I wasn't really sure what had happened. Just knew our family lost everything. It was one hell of a bumpy ride. But then as I got to like 10, 11, I just became obsessed. And there wasn't a whole lot out there about information. There wasn't tornado came through, but I just tried to find anything I could on tornadoes. Me and my twin brother, every time we hear of a tornado report, we put a pin on the Iowa map. After that, we were hoping to find a pattern where like we could actually eat one, wasn't really sure what it happened. Find the sequence, which lost everything they were thinking at the time. At 12 years old, I had my parents drop me off at a convention in Waterloo, Iowa for meteorologists, where they were showing about information, new discovery of what a hook echo is, a tornado signature on radar. And here I'm 12 years old by myself, taking notes and remember all the meteorologists. This guy's going to be we're hoping to find a pattern where like I didn't come back. So I'm going to show a video, and it's going to touch on a lot of this stuff. And all the video is shot by either me or my identical twin brother, except for the trailer park footage here. You'll see which is shot by my tornado signature on radar. Roll that beautiful beat. This is just a little teaser here. All the video is shot by either me.
You're not set in a good place up on this hill, I'll tell you that. There goes the building. Power flash. It just took out all those buildings. That McDonald's is full of people.
Notice no visible funnel, which I'm going to ask you a question. Be thinking about this. How many of you think tornadoes can pick up and skip and jump around? New technology, new controversies.
Power flash. It just took out all those buildings.
This is our trailer park. This is 1964. My mom, that's our trailer right there. Notice no visible funnel. My mom shot this 8mm. I'm going to ask you a question. Be thinking of my dad. How many of you had that farm in the background? We got the arm cut off the corn picker, so we sold off the farm, saved one field, and built this trailer park. We had a lot of bad luck. There's the Pointer twins running through the ditch. The story of my life, the women running the away. Now, like I said, everything was lost. Everything we owned in this tornado was taken from us. So that was like a defining point in my life and our family's timeline. Everything was before or after the tornado. Even in the video camera here, you'll see the film from water damage. Now, this is after the tornado. That's our mobile home that we was in when the tornado hit. The guy, a little short guy limping there is my dad, one arm. Now, like I said, no fatalities, a lot of serious injuries. Taken from us. So that was like a defining point in my life. My mom had grabbed me and my twin brother by the collar, pulled us in close, and she laid on the sofa with our heads smashed into the cushions and knees on the floor. And I remember looking back down the hallway and seeing a panel in the walls bust, Walt Disney records flying around, and then my head hit the ceiling and wall. Serious injuries. Aunt Martine helping. My mom. That part of the trailer there was an expando room. That's where we were at actually in that part. So we were pretty lucky. My mom had to have over 100 stitches because she fell out through a window and then came back in as the trailer came on around again. She wanted to take the kids and run to the well house. This was a concrete building right here. My dad said you'll never make it because the tornado was just burying into the trailer park. Aunt Marty, so we didn't make that journey, thankfully. That part of the trailer there was it's us. You know, it's weird. I can still smell the smells, wet fiberglass and just broken glass through a window. And came back in. I'm not sure which of us was which. So now this is jumping ahead several years now. My video is going to be mostly, in fact, all Tornado Alley stuff. I thought we'd take a little break from monsoons. I do chase monsoons, but, and as you see, I'm not a real good videographer. So motion stick bags are available at the back of the chairs there. drops. I didn't have it on, infinity focus, so it goes in and out, jumping heads up here. So my deal is we're going to be mostly back to call. This is a tornado that I was chasing. Actually, it was part of a family of tornadoes from a cyclic supercell that was near Wichita. I chased it all day and put down, I think, 7 tornadoes that day that I got back in the chairs there. This is the second one of the site right here. I didn't have it on infinity focus. It's hard to tell. I wish I could have bumped up the contrast, but the see there better. But it grew into a large wedge. I thought it was going to actually impact Wichita all day. It did. 7 tornadoes that day that I got back in the chairs. This is the second one of the site right here. This here is the same tornado, which grew about probably half-mile wide, but hard to tell. I chose to put this into this video because I was fascinated by the small tornado that spins up on the outer side wedge, the big one. I thought it was going to get like a carousel event around the large wedge. Yeah. There we go. This here is his telephone damage. It's pretty bicycle, half-mile wide, but I chose to put this into this video because I was fascinated by the. I always like to get one little shot of myself just to validate, because I've had videos stolen before. Did like a carousel around the park. And then I threw in some damage. I went back to an area after a tornado a couple of days later. Just sometimes you forget the destruction that's going on if you're just watching tornadoes from a distance. So I was just a couple minutes here of me driving through some of the destruction. I always like to get one little shot. I'm sure you know how they rate tornadoes by the damage that they get stolen for. Like a carousel. And then there'll be various levels of damage throughout the tornado path. There'll be pockets of F3, F4. Sometimes you forget. Then down to F2, F1, maybe back. But they'll give it a rating of its strongest. Just a couple parts of me driving through. Some of the destruction. Most here, I think. It's like F2, you know how the great tornadoes by the damage. If one wall is standing and it's damage throughout the tornado path, and pockets, no walls are standing, the building is still laying there, it's F4, and if the property is swept clean and give it a rating 5. Strongest part. That right there is a Christian school that I circled back around here in a minute. There was 3 fatalities in that Christian school. It's like F2, you know how the great tornado steady as a drive-by. If one wall is standing and it's damage throughout the tornado path, and pockets, now I've been in motels before, it's still like tornadoes at night. Probably chasing, but I'm glad I was not in this particular motel. That right there is a Christian school that I circled back around here in a minute. There was 3 fatalities in this motel. I thought it was kind of interesting how the debris is thrown so far from the actual damage path. Missiles, cars and stuff. Now, I've been in motels before. My roof is down in those at night. Probably chase my wife on my cell phone trying to hold on to this people. Yeah, now this is the Christian school where the fatality were again. Thought we'd circle around and look at that again for no apparent reason. I thought it was kind of interesting how the debris is thrown so much. This is that motel. It's just like, wow. I hate this. I'm sitting there watching the Weather Channel. My roof is down in these concrete, it's amazed me how these concrete bumpers, they were all on, see them laying over here in the grass. Now those things have rebar, that pokes up through them. To be able to get the wind under those and sweep them out of a parking lot. This is that motel. That came to mind later in this video when I was hanging out for sitting there watching the Weather Channel. Trying to get the feel of these concrete. Amazed me how these concrete bumpers, they were all on, see them laying over here in the grass. Now those things have rebar, pokes up through them. To To be able to get the wind under though, they had a memorial service in the parking lot the day before for the 3 students that died in the Christian school. That was the front door. These concrete bumpers and all on ceiling and grass. Now those things have rebar. Pulls up through. To get the wind under though, they had a memorial service in the parking lot the day before. I just grabbed several different tornadoes out of my 20-some years of chasing. These were kind of ones of my favorites. This was in Hayes, Kansas, I believe. The kid actually was sitting beside me and went on out, and then he had flat tires. But the reason I put this on, it was amazing to me because this tornado is coming at me. If the tornado doesn't appear to be moving right or left, it's just getting bigger, that's coming at you. But it dissipated so fast. I just grabbed several tornadoes out of my, and then a new tornado did form to the side. Here I sped this up. This was the Hayes, Kansas, I believe. The kid actually was rising beside me and went on out, and he had flat tires. There actually was. The reason I put this on, it was amazing to me. This tornado is coming at you. If the tornado doesn't appear to be moving right or left, it's getting bigger, that's coming at you. But it dissipated so fast. I just grabbed it. Well, this is for the upcoming. The new tornado did form to the side. So this was the situation. Kid actually was rising actually, the reason I put this on was amazing to see how young he is. This tornado doesn't appear to be moving right or left. But it dissipated so fast.
But that's what the storm prediction said.
This is the
said it's possible for Oklahoma. Strong violent tornadoes.
Now this is, we're in the area that he was talking about. This is on the Indian Bend Turnpike heading down towards Henrietta. Now this is, we're in the area that he was talking about. This is on the Indian Bend Turnpike heading down towards Henrietta. That's my twin brother there validating the video. Multiple vortex. Now remember when I asked you if the tornadoes pick up and skip? Well, the latest theory now is that they do not pick up and skip. Once rotation starts, it continues through the entire cycle of the tornado. That's my twin brother there. The visible funnel is, the actual new definition of tornado is an invisible rotating column of air that extends from the clouds to now. Remember when I asked you if the tornadoes pick up? So the funnel is just rain condensation and debris and stuff that wraps up into the center of that invisible circulation. So it can sag out, dissipate, completely disappear. The debris swirl on the ground will not stop until that tornado includes in it, maybe a new tornado forms. The actual new definition of bizarre damage paths is it's looked like they've skipped one house and hit another. That's usually from the vortex. So the funnel is just rain condensation and debris and stuff that wraps up into the center of that invisible circulation. So it can sag out, dissipate, completely disappear. See those just come over the trees and see the circulation there. Not stop. Now this is fascinating to me. I zoom up on it, and the actual new definition of bizarre wall of circulation is so concentrated it's like a little power drill. So the funnel is just rain condensation and debris and stuff that wraps up into the center of that. I didn't have high definition camera, so sag out, dissipate, completely disappear. See those just come over the trees and see the circulation there. Not stop. Now this is fascinating to me. I zoom up on it, and the wall of circulation is so concentrated it's like a little power drill. thought I was going to see the demise of a lot of people in McDonald's. There's the small, powerful circulation, and then it crosses the road, and now suddenly it's like 100 yards wide, just that fast. But yeah, the McDonald's was full of people. They got the people into the or into the cooler, had them in the corner all huddled down. And luckily, it missed the McDonald's, but the Department of Transportation building. I thought I was on the back side of the McDonald's. There's the small, powerful circulation. Must be big. And then it crosses the road, and suddenly it's like 100 yards wide, just that fast. Okay, now that. Yeah, the McDonald's was full of people. They got the people in. But yeah, now look how that small circulation has grown in the corner, all huddled down. And luckily, it missed the McDonald's, but the Department of Transportation building. I thought I was on the back side of the McDonald's. There's the small, powerful. Yeah, watch that building behind my sign. It crosses the road. Suddenly it's like 100 yards wide. Powerful action. Now that. Yeah, the McDonald's was full of people. But yeah, now look how that small circulation has grown into. And there's like a second wall of.
That McDonald's is full of people.
Luckily, this is the Department of Transportation backside of we chased this tornado for several miles, and then another one, and then we decided to come back to the scene to videotape where the Department of Transportation building was. Well, the news team were all there, and there was a woman standing by the side of McDonald's with the satellite uplink truck talking about it. Like she goes, by the looks of the roof on this McDonald's and the windows being blown out, you can see just how powerful this storm was. And I said to her, there was a whole bunch of buildings standing right over there. There was. We chased this tornado for several miles, and then another one, and then we decided to come back to see the copy of it where the Department of Transportation. I said, no, just give it to the pointer team. We're all there, and there was a woman standing by the side of McDonald's with the satellite uplink truck talking about it. She goes, by the looks of the roof on this McDonald's and the windows being blown out, you can see just how powerful this storm was. I said to her, once they do that, it goes out, I guess, like on the air and wire, and then it goes everywhere. Several miles, and then another one, so we decided to come back to see the copy of it where the Department of Transportation said, no, just give it to the point. That's it. We're all there, and there was a woman standing by the side of McDonald's. They get stretched, and not falling in love with our own. She goes by the teams of the horizontal. This McDonald's and the windows being blown out, you can see just how powerful this storm was. And then when it includes, once they do that, it goes out, I guess, like on the air. Another tornado goes forms go over. Right. Wasn't there another Japanese this one? Come back to the copy of it where the Department of Transportation said, no, just give it to the. That's it. But when they're roping out, they're still very dangerous. Circulation where skin can really wrap up. They look harmless. Once they do that, you always see that clear spot. Another tornado. Here's our back in the hotel room watching. I don't get excited about much. The roping up is still very dangerous. My wife said, "You never like that at home." This is scary enough when you see something like this in a world. That's my video. I don't get excited about much. You can see some of the people just like that.
They look rather non-destructive from this point, don't they? But boy,
when a tornado gets that big in the center, low pressure forms and air will start dropping, and when that down air in the center hits the ground and fans out, it'll break up the funnel into, that's when you start to have the multiple vortex tornadoes. Here's in a motel room in Kansas. We were done chasing for the day, and then the sirens went off. And we had the computer, and we were right under a couple of chill tornado coming right over the top of the motel. Peeked out the door there and that's when you start to have a multiple vortex. Here's that motel And snow cones were enjoyed by we had the computer, and we were right under a. I was parked in that parking spot there. Just, you know what, I'm not going to park to the other side, just in case. It was right when the roof peeked out the door there. And the snow cones were enjoyed by. Now this video right here, this is in Texas Panhandle. This is in Shamrock. The guy that spoke before me talked about just having guidelines and things you would not do. Well, I developed a new guide, and that's to not chase tornadoes after dark, unless I have really good tracking equipment. This is in Shamrock, tornado siren sounding. I met some other storm chasers here. We made this bonehead decision. Now this video right here, you're going to say is tornado's 3 miles away, tracking straight up I-40, right straight at us. Let's drive out there, having the overhead things that we not do. I developed a new guide, because I'm not chasing after dark. Unless I have really good. Here we're hatching the plan. This is in Shamrock, tornado siren sounding. I met some other storm chasers here. We made this bonehead decision. Now this video right here, yeah, let's do it. Right straight at us. Let's drive out there. Have the overhead. I put this in the new video of kind of an example of what not to do. Yeah, that's one storm chaser there. He's talking to me on the CD radio, and then there was a third guy following in his car.
Not a single car on this whole freeway.
I put this in the new video of kind of an example. When I-40 is when I-40 is that barren of no cars, something's a foul. Right then, the car behind me, he hit that and blew his front tire.
Keep going, keep going.
So he was stuck there. Now we expected to see the tornado on the north side, heading northeast, like they usually do, and we'll get pictures during the lightning flashes. Well, about right here, I seen it was on the other side of 40 getting ready to come across. It took a turn behind me, he hit the cross 40, and then started to get stuck. Went right across the overpass, just like a car, and I jumped out of my truck. Here I am. This is 2 years later when I'm back in that area and decided to tell this story. Yeah, you don't want to get under it. It was on the other side of 40. The winds get compressed by those concrete bunker and frost floor funnels, and then started to speed wind up. It went right across the overpass, just like a car. And I jumped out of my truck. Here I am. This is 2 years later when I'm back in that area and decided to tell this story. And there was a gas station on either side. They were abandoned, but they were still standing. You know what under those stuff on the other side of 40. The winds get compressed by those concrete bunker and frost floor funnels, and then speed wind up. Right here, I lost my footing. Fell down. Slid down the hill. Grabbed on right here. And there was a gas station on the other side. I had a video camera in my right. They were still standing. Down to the navel, down close to I-40. There was a couple of semi-trucks that stopped on the freeway right here. We did refuge in the storm. And if I held on to this tornado pass, I would be out of this overpass. I was in the outer circulation. I could actually see circulation coming down that hillside, coming across the interstate. And it flipped over an 18-wheeler right there. My twin brother wasn't with me that year. Now this is me hanging onto the pipe looking down on the interstate. Hard to see, but there's chunks of sheet metal and stuff flying through there. My twin brother wasn't with me. Now this is me hanging on to the pipe. And the world's luckiest man walking through. The guy that blew his front tire out that was in the car behind me tried to get to the overpass. He ended up in the hospital. You're right here, there you can see the sheet metal and stuff. They gave it an F3, which is pretty amazing that I was able to hang on. Here comes the guy with the flashlight. And how that semi-truck didn't fall on him in a minute. I tipped over, I don't know. He keeps getting knocked down and blowing back, and then this last time he took a shot to the head, put him in the hospital. Right there. Gets back up. Right here, there you can see the sheet metal and stuff. They gave it an F3, which is pretty amazing. I was able to hang on. Then it's passed, and then that's tearing up the other gas station and the other overpass. He's getting knocked down and blowing back, and then this last time he took a shot at the head, put him in the hospital. Right there. I ran down and some guys held my legs, and I came into the driver's door, and he was in a state of shock, and I picked him up and ran up the hill and go, "Where's my truck?" And it was nose facing down in the ditch, still intact, with the window gas station. But I put him in the truck until help got there, and that's what this is. Back in the truck. I ran down and quick shot of driving the 18-wheeler into the driver's door. He was in a state of shock, and I picked him up and ran up the hill. It's fun driving back to Phoenix without a windshield. It was nose facing down in the ditch, still intact. But I put him in the truck until that's what this is. And I have one last tornado here, I think. Once again up near Hayes, Kansas. Now when you are standing looking at a storm, especially a rain-free base, with strong winds hitting you in the back as you're facing the storm, that's a pretty good indication that that thing is exploding. Storm is turning into. Chasers convergence. Listen to this car that drives home. Once the guy yells my name. Now when you are standing, that's that idiot that was under the bridge that night. Saw a video with strong winds hitting you in the back as you're facing the storm. That's a pretty good indication that that thing is the chasers everywhere. Even the Tim Samaras Vortex group has seen some of their cars.
When was this?
What's that?
When was this?
Chasers convergence.
When was this?
Listen to this car that drives
2004?
2004. That's that idiot that was under the bridge that night. This is that same storm. We chase this thing all day from one single isolated cumulus cloud. I just had a feeling.
When was this?
What's that?
When was this?
This is that same storm. We chase this thing all day from one single isolated cumulus cloud. I just had a feeling. There goes some Project Vortex. I had the chance to talk to Tim Samaras on several occasions. He was an awesome man. And if he can die in a tornado, anybody can. time scenarios on several occasions because he can die in a tornado anyway. And these are all shots of my twin brother. He can die in a tornado anyway. And these are all shots of my twin brother. He was one of the big shots over at Channel 8, ASU.
Okay, Karen, give us a report. Where do we stand? We are on our second chase day. Do you think we're going to have a bust? Do you think?
Well, my professional opinion.
Quite valued.
What we got here,
Where are we at? What are we expecting?
a couple of desperate guys looking at tiny little clouds.
Okay, Karen, give us a report.
Thinking it's going to blow into the tornado. It's a bust day. But it's going to get better.
Do you think?
Thank you very much.
Where are we at? What are we expecting?
A couple of desperate guys looking at tiny little clouds.
Wow, that was awesome, man. Raw footage, can't beat that.
Thank you very much.
Well, we are going to close up shop with Jared Harris in a couple of minutes, 10-15 minutes from now. Before Jared fires it up, I'm going to get Trey and Corbin over here that are going to approach me from the south side and not the north side to give an example of what happened. What was it, May 24th? May 24th of this year at night. In South Coast, Colorado, chasing a tail and child, and I noticed a cat parade by Boise City, Oklahoma. Well, eventually these towers just exploded, looked like a bomb going off, discreet, way ahead of the line, and there was going to be some big mama drama. So, get behind this, eventually it pushed down this mile-wide wedge right by Plains, Kansas. This year, at night, in South Coast, Colorado, chasing a tail and child. So it's a nighttime scenario, not the safest. I was using radar. Radar was on my side and a lot of lightning. Just seeing this massive big wedge at night backwood. And Corbin and Trey happened to be way up north a little bit. Then the rest is. Okay, are you doing HDMI? So it's a nighttime scenario, not the safest. This is a good example of what not to do. Take it away, guys.
So, real quick, this is just what we went through on that night. We got so many texts, phone calls, and Facebook messages, which people concerned about us. So we thought we would, just talk about what the heck happened. So we started our day in Boise City, Oklahoma.
This is a good example.
We saw some pretty good stuff. Had to shoot north toward Lamar, Colorado.
Take a look at it.
Decent structure. So pancake stack, shot down right there. We went through on that. Yeah. So we were watching this. We were just east of Syracuse, Kansas, right on the Colorado-Kansas border. And see this little guy fire up. Discrete cell out of everything, Boise City. Looks like crap right there, right? All cluster. Yeah. Yeah, so we're not thinking much about this. It looks terrible. Nothing's going to happen. It's not going to happen. But then we see this. Pull up up the velocities, and I see a big fat couple right there. And so I'm thinking, oh, geez.
We look at each other and we're like,
See, this one I fire up. Yeah. So I asked Christian, since the spotter dot was very close to that storm. So I said, any sign of a tornado on the ground with that? And he sends me this picture, and it says wedge in all caps. To which I responded with a certain four-letter word. Yeah.
We were very upset. We were very grumpy, to
Yeah.
say the least.
So, not too happy that we had, lollygagged on that linear stuff up along Colorado, Kansas border. So we get gas in Garden City. So we have two options here, two road options to get, near this storm. Option one, this pink X, the location of the tornado, movement of the tornado at the time, the yellow arrow. So this is the option 98 out of 100 people would take. We would approach, head south from Garden City, and then head east, being behind the storm the whole time, be relatively safe. So maybe 99 out of 100. And I'm the only person who chose this route, which was to go east from Garden City and then drop north.
Now, I did agree because
this is the option
we had kind of a rough start to our trip, so we were
south from Garden
really
City.
didn't have much to show for it. So we were so close.
Relatively safe.
We couldn't believe it. We could have been there. We would have been
So maybe 99 out of 100. I'm the only person who chose this, which was to go east from Garden City and then drop north. And notice we were still an hour and 14 minutes away from this thing.
I didn't see it all get
Close to it.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm surprised we didn't get pulled over. So this storm moving directly northeast. We're thinking it's probably going to beat us right there. So this is a radar scope screenshot. The blue bullseye is our location. This is at 9:38 p.m. Notice we were still an hour and 15 minutes away from this.
across the road, but we have to go south to see it all get
Close to it.
Sure.
Yeah. They were moving very slow at times.
So this storm,
It's like trying to jump off like a large ledge. Now just not talking to them. It's like you jumping off like a ledge.
so this is a radar scope screenshot. The blue bullseye is our location.
I don't know if I
This is at 9:38 p.m.
do it. So we proceeded south. I was also concerned about the radar. The warning text was saying there was a possible wind base radar. And now I don't have like full wind next to my car, so I was really looking to drive through a baseball site to get over. So and then come face to face with a mile wide tornado. So jumping off like a ledge said, "Out there."
So we have to go direct. This road goes directly south, and by this time, warning text said confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. What was interesting about this situation was it was foggy, which you don't see near wedge tornadoes.
We were joking about this a few days before. How weird do you see a wedge of fog and all of a sudden
Yeah. So this is when I turn our live stream on. So those of you who are watching this stream. So we have to go direct. This road goes directly south. So we fast forward a bit. This is at 10:50 p.m. Luckily we missed the baseball-sized fog here, but there's this wedge, this nice little deco. There's a confirmed mile-wide tornado on the ground. And at this point, we lose cell service. So
now I don't have visually we were like last it's not baseball but it's still real. And I can drive, I can go to speed.
Luckily we missed the baseball side. There's this wedge.
But we got here, I think we got
confirmed mile wide.
because I was
At this point, we lose cell service. So
now the last we had this visual aggressive extreme, so last was good. But my fear was we lost cell service, we had no radar. My biggest fear was this thing, even though it wasn't moving at 10 miles an hour, and it looked but this thing's storm motion was accelerating.
was there. And this thing was moving slowly. But this thing was still tracking northeast. And luckily, when we regained service, this is a screenshot, 10:53 p.m. This is, yeah. Yeah, that's when I said Florida. Yeah, and so luckily by this point we got service back and we could tell from the radar scans that this thing had actually started to become stationary, which we were very fortunate that it did, because if it kept on its track, we would not have made it. So we were very fortunate that this thing was able to stationary slightly toward the north. So this is some video stills from my footage. It's at Florida, and you can kind of see it right in there. Nice big fat wedge on the ground. At this point, we got noted it there in the backgrounds. So you can kind of see it. Yeah. So you can still see it there. Still again right there, fairly close. Now this thing starts to dissipate, and so this was our video footage. You can kind of see it right in there. Nice fat wedge on the ground. At this point, we were so putting all our attention on and then first we started getting rain sideways coming in. So see it there. We're south of this. So that's our location. And that's the location of where it probably touched down. Right in the field behind us. Yeah. First, we started getting rain sideways. Yeah. So then that notch, luckily, that hook passed off to our, so that's our location. We'll follow it. And that was the inside slope. And that's the location of where our product is right in the field. So don't do what we did.
Glad you guys made it.
Tornado sirens going off and it's fun. Alrighty, about 5 minutes, let's hang out. And Jared will blow our minds with an amazing time-lapse video.
Sitting in the hotel room watching that was rough. We were watching well, you're probably
That was awesome. I don't know why like playing all the music and coming in the trailer park and then people listening to me share. I'm a sad.
You did too?
Why is it not? I mean, obviously my brother. I knew when he was showing his brother, I'm like, I know he died.
That's what I was saying. I'm like, no, that sucks.
I'm glad it wasn't like he was in this tornado.
Yeah, I don't see that coming.
We'll be out of here before 6, right?
Well, somebody wants to go shopping. I want to get on the road. Let's get moving.
I'm not going to bore you with the details, but I have a very good reason I need to go shopping. Like, you have a wife who would totally understand.
So I let her go with you to shopping, whatever. You guys, let's go. We'll be out of here before thumbs up at like, they're always like this. These are probably like a lot of people.
My brother was thinking of this. He said I'm not going to bore you with the details, but
Oh, really?
like right on Route 66.
Might have been really like.
I'm thinking it was probably up in the mountains more.
And also could have just been a little bit the hill.
Not enough to really notice. I've been up since 4:30.
We're going to go home.
You gotta drive back. But if not, you can go down the other 2 U-turns. And if you go south, just take the south, take right on the freeway.
There's a bunch of them down the street.
There are
Because I'm just under a that would get us there.
You can go, there's a Circle K right down the street. I drove all the way to the thing, then I realized McDonald's was in Walmart. So I drove up to that one. I wasn't going to try to carry out of McDonald's into the car, and then from the car here, I'm like, there's a bunch of them.
It is wrap-up time, unfortunately. I hope we all had fun today. Next year, definitely will likely do a 2-day event. Throw in some new ideas. But Jared Harris over here, solid chaser. Big woman.
Anyway, hi, my name is Jared Harris, and I used to chase down in Tucson from 2001 to 2005 when I went to school. I started chasing again religiously about 2 years ago, and I started a Facebook page called Monsoon Con, and I just like focus on monsoon. Anyway, hi, my name is Jared Harris. Last year I decided to take a camera and try to capture everything that I possibly could. I had no idea what to do with the camera, and this is kind of the end result of my learning experience. And so I hope you like the film. I started chasing religiously. Oh, and thank you, and please give Christian a big round of applause for hosting this wonderful event. Tried to capture everything that I possibly could. I had no idea what to do with the camera, and this is kind of the end result of my learning experience. And so I hope you like the film. I started chasing. It's gonna cut off. Oh, and thank you, and please give Christian a big round of applause for hosting this wonderful event. Result of my learning experience. Please give Christian a big round of applause.
DSLR like Mike does, or just a video camera?
It was a Canon 70D.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, a crop sensor camera. Who else? Yeah, I'm actually going to put it on the Monsoon. So it's just Facebook / Monsoon Tracker. And I'll put that on later today. Yeah, it's hard to see with the light. It's kind of a dark film anyway. Any questions? Brian? Well? It was a Canon 70D. A crop sensor. I think, like, overall through the whole season, I think I took 140,000 pictures. So I filled out 5 just Facebook / and I'll put that on.
Sounds about right.
And a lot of it was thrown away. It's hard to see with the light. It's kind of a dark film anyway. Any questions? Brian? Oh, I'm basically taking a picture every second. I was just setting up the camera. I have a separate, I believe it's called interferometer season. Something like that. It's like 140,000. And you can buy these on Amazon. They're really cheap. Maybe $20, and you just plug it into the side of your camera, set it all up for just 1 second interval, and a lot of stick connections. And really, the hard part for me, especially, is I didn't know what aperture was until probably August. I was completely clueless. And so, a lot of it, I was thinking, oh, I'm so out of focus, but actually, what it was a lot of aperture. Just setting up the camera. I have a separate, I believe it's called interferometer. To put the whole thing together, well, I used the number. It took me a while to kind of figure out how to put everything together. What I started with was I would just use Lightroom, and I found a plugin that would work. And I tried that in the beginning, but I noticed that took a long time. And then I found a program called LR Time-Lapse, and that's a separate program that you buy. So you have basically you put everything into LR Time-Lapse, and then it sequences everything together. Then you go into Lightroom and you crop everything to remove dust and whatever kind of adjustments you want to make. And then you put it back into LR Time-Lapse, and it will render the whole process for you. And then to put everything into video format, use Premiere Pro. And I tried that in the beginning, but I noticed that took a long time. And then I found a program called LR Time-Lapse. All right. Thanks for watching. I really appreciate it.
Alrighty.
It sequences everything together.
What'd you think? Good, yeah? Yeah! Woo! Alrighty. Well, unfortunately, it ends here. Until next year. Thank you so much for showing up. Huge thank you to the speakers. Excellent, solid job. Definitely felt their energy, inspired, learned some new things. Let's hope for a good season and a lot of land spots. Alrighty. Baboons are, what'd you think? It's all about them spots. Yeah. Alright guys, well, y'all have a safe drive home. Thank you for coming again. Mon-Con next year will definitely be 2 days. 2-day event. Laid back, just like how it was today. Yeah, monsoon and weather.
Okay, Mike. I'm going to meet you in person.
Nice to meet you.